Okay guys, we're going to begin by painting our wood decor. And I'm going to do 3 coats of this Waverly mineral chalk paint. And I find all my paints at Walmart, and that's where I'll be getting all my paints. I do the sides, the ends, and I'm not going to do the bottom because we don't see the bottom. So yeah, so like I said, please don't forget to show your sides some love, the ends. And we do, like I said, 3 coats. Now I'm using the apple barrel nutmeg, and all I did was dry brush. Dry brushing the sides, the top, the ends. I'm going for this natural wood look. That's what I was shooting for. So you just keep layering them and blending the colors. I put some more of the mineral. And then I darken, I let it set for a little bit, and then I start putting some more nutmeg. And here, look, I'm just blending the whole thing. See how you just layer you blend it, you just layer it until you're happy with what it looks like. And I just dab it here and there, and then as I'm dabbing it, then I just start smearing it along and dry brush it. That is the black apple barrel paint now that I'm using, acrylic paint. And I just kept blending until I was smiling and happy with it. That's what I want you to do. You start blending until you are smiling and saying, okay, I like that. I like the way that looks. Now we're going to put that aside and let it dry. Now these 3 guys are from Home Depot. They're my little floor samples, and they're free. Yep, I said it, free. Loving it, loving it, loving it. I'm using the stickers from Dollar Tree. I love these things. I use them an awful lot. And I'm just going to use the HME. And I just take one off and I center it. Okay, and then you just press firmly on the letters so they stay. I suggest using some Mod Podge. So what I would do, I know I didn't do this, but I would suggest it. Put a little bit of Mod Podge, then place your letters, and then put a nice light coat of Mod Podge right on top, just so they don't go nowhere and they stay firmly on to the block. So I take a look one more time, make sure they're all centered. There's my HME. I'm loving it. My succulent, all I did was at the bottom base is take off the stem, and I'm going to glue it right on this plank that I got at Lowe's for 28 cents. Yes, they sell their samples for 28 cents, but that's okay, still budget friendly. And now I'm gluing that succulent right on there. I lined all the HME with that just to make sure that the succulent was right in the middle with those, that it just went straight across. So now I'm putting E6000, and I put some hot glue right on the bottom of that square, and I'm just going to put it right there flushed at the edge of the wood at the end. And then I put the plank just to measure where I'm going to put that plank, where it's going to be placed, because I am overlapping and putting the lip right on the edge. So that's just so I can see where that's going, where to lay the first square. If that makes any sense, I hope so. Sometimes I talk really weird. So I put some E6000 and some hot glue on the bottom where the lip is, and I also put some hot glue right behind that square, the first one. and press them all together. And I'm putting some more E6000 on the edge and on back of this wood block because it is going to overlap. See that? Going to the edge and then overlapping, slightly overlapping the other one with the succulent. It's going to be overlapping in the front. So that's why I put it on the back also. So now I'm just going to put this one, E6000, on the bottom and on the side where it's going to be flushed with the other block, the other square. And I put hot glue in the E6000 on bottom and side. And I push them both together. And there you have it. Now I'm getting this rope. I get this at Walmart. I'm loving this rope. I use it quite a bit, and I'm just going to wrap it on the bottom. And I don't put no glue in the front. I just happen to put some on the back, wrap it around the bottom, and put some more glue on the back to make it tight, to hold it. And then I'm putting some more of that rope right on the top. I love this rope, I'm telling you. I use it a lot. It's the perfect size. It's not too small like the twine at Dollar Tree, and it's not too thick like the nautical rope at the Dollar Tree. I get this one at Walmart. I get quite a bit of it, so I use it a lot, and it seems to work fine for me. So now I'm just going to show you what I did on the other side. Do the same thing. I am gluing, hot gluing only on the top of those squares, the shorter squares. Oh, let me move that. There you go. I am putting the hot glue right there on the top, see, just on the shorter squares. And I go around, put some more glue on the bottom. Let me trim that. And I put more hot glue right along the bottom. Push it on down. Right there. And then I put a little more glue where the rope ends, just to overlap the other rope that was on the bottom. See that? And I do that to both sides. Now I'm getting the thinner twine rope that I do get at the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to wrap it around the top. So I put a little bit of glue, placed it so it holds, put a little more dab just so it don't go nowhere as I'm wrapping here and there. And then there's a little lip on the top also, not just on the bottom, but on the top of those longer planks. So what I did was I just put some glue right in that lip and put some more of the twine. I wrapped it twice around there on the top. Take the excess glue off, comes right off. And I just wrapped it twice up on the top so it hides that lip. And you can't even see it. I'm telling you, it looks so cute. I'm loving this. So now I put some glue in the back to hold that firmly in place. And you tell I wiggle my rope, my twine, I wiggle it around a little bit just to make sure that it holds really nice and firm. It's not going anywhere. And then you'll see me get the tip of my glue gun and smear it over the rest of it, all in the back. I don't use my finger, I just use the tip of my glue gun and smear it, and it holds really nice. Now I'm trimming that, and it looks really, look at that. You can even leave it just like this and it looks just nice too. But I decided to look around my house and get little pieces of my floral arrangements. I usually get all of my floral arrangements at Dollar Tree, so I just took little pieces off here and there what I wanted to put and glued them all behind there. You don't have to. You can leave it just with the succulent. It looks just as beautiful. But I chose to do this. So just look around your house, see what you got. And if you want to add some little bit of here and there, go for it. Make it till you smile. Remember that. And there you have it. I'm all done. Look at that. I did look at the bottom of the corners and I thought it needed something else. So I did use some deer moss that I got at Dollar Tree. See there? And I just glued it right on the bottom corners and put a little bit of baby breath and boom, voila. I absolutely love this piece. Okay guys, we're going to start with our coconut bowl. That is what I am calling it. And we're going to push the bottom in. See that? So it's flat. It's going to be like a little flat. So don't forget to take your tag off. I forgot to take my tag off. I had to take it right back out and do it all over again. So don't forget your tag. But now we're going to place it right in the middle of our wreath. And I did not put the bowl flushed with the wreath, as you can tell on the bottom. It just needs to be enough where it touches so we can glue the bottom. See that? Now I'm gathering my picks that I got from Hobby Lobby. And you're just going to push them right through the wreath, closest to the coconut bowl. See? Just push it right in there. I didn't even use glue for this part. It goes right through the wreath. See that? And then see, don't worry, you're not going to see the bottom. And you just start repeating, getting all your picks and just start pushing them on through. I bend it a little bit. See how I bend them? And then I just push them through, just so they lay around the bowl. And you angle all your, I'm just playing with it. You just play with it and spread the leaves, which that's why I did choose the picks from Hobby Lobby, because I do like that they have wire in all the stems, so I'm able to spread them apart and put them the way I want them to lay. I believe I used one pick from the Dollar Tree, which look at that, you can't even tell. Dollar Tree makes beautiful picks also. You can also use if you don't want to use the ones from Hobby Lobby. Now I'm using a small grapevine wreath I purchased at the Dollar Tree. Sorry, I did not put that in the supplies, but it's a small grapevine wreath, and I just break pieces off it and just started putting them right inside the other wreath. See how I'm building it around? I just pulled a bunch off and just start placing them right around. It goes right inside the other wreath. You just push them on in. And some of them pushed right in, and if they don't push right in and I want to put it somewhere, well, then you get your trusty hot glue gun and hold it down for a couple seconds, and there you have it. It will stay. Now you get it, right? So I'm just gonna go quick on this right here, and you just put the sticks all the way around wherever you want them to be placed. I put them on the sides, I put them within the flowers. See how I put them entwined with the flowers? I'm just building a nest. That's what we're doing, is building our whimsy nest. Look at that. See? Beautiful. Okay, now I'm getting these little pussy willows I got from the Dollar Tree. They carry them usually every spring. I got these last spring. I thought they would be beautiful on this whimsy nest. So if you go to Dollar Tree, you should be able to find these. But they reminded me of tree branches, of course, and I wanted it to have a whimsical look, so I'm adding these right in there. So I just trimmed off the stem, the long part of the stem, and pushed it, put some glue on it and pushed it right inside the wreath. And then I put some more hot glue just so for stability against the coconut bowl. See that? And then I turned it over and I see how I cut it, trim it, and I did it to the other side, the same thing. I opened them all up and bend them all wildly. See how they're all crooked and wild? I want them to look natural out, like if they're out in the woods. And I just play with it until I'm happy with what they look like. Put some glue, pushed it in the wreath, and it stays. And there you have that. Now I'm just cutting branches off these flowers off their long stem, and I'm gluing and placing. You glue and place. That's all we're doing is now adding flowers. And if you want to put some sticks in between, have at it. This is your project, and what does Crafty always say, Crafty Leanie? Make it till you smile. If you want something there, then you put it there. You get all the credit. When you make this, you get all the credit because you're placing things where you want them. So it is yours. So when someone comes over and says, oh, where did you get that? That is so beautiful. You get the credit, honey. I made it. Yes, I did. Yep. So now I'm just adding some more florals. I'm just cutting pieces off all over the place and just adding them right in there. See how I pull it off? Pull it right off the stem, put some glue on the bottom tip, and just put some more. See that? Just so we don't have unruly flowers, right? We don't want unruly flowers. No, we don't. And I get some more of the greenery. I use everything. All the leaves. I'm using the flowers, the greenery. Just see more sticks in between. You just make your nest to where you're smiling. I can't say it enough. Just keep pulling those flowers off and entwine them with each other. You want it to look natural and make it look nature. Like this is your vision. Your vision of your nest. See how I just keep building. You just keep building. Wherever you see a spot and you want to put something there, just put it. I try to make it even, but I started noticing I was having so much fun making this. I'm telling you guys, I had so much fun making this project. I think this has been my favorite project I have ever done so far. I had so much fun making it. Your imagination and your vision goes crazy with this. It's just adding all these things to it, and it's just so pretty. See that? And you just add it with some glue so it doesn't fall off, you know, and where you want it to stay. There you have it. Look at that. So pretty. So now you get the moss. I'm going to add some Spanish moss. Got this at the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to add it into my coconut bowl and spread it around in there. It took one bag for this nest. And I put some glue on the sides, the rims of the bowl. And you can't really tell on the camera, but in person, you can see the coconut bowl through some of it. And I like that. It gave it some depth and dimension, you know, some layered looks of the colors. Worked really well. And that's what I wanted. I wanted you to be able to see everything as we move it around in there, not just flat moss. I wanted it to be seen. And then the middle, I did put like an opening in the middle of the, because that's where my eggs are going to go. So I kind of spread it apart in the middle of it, the bottom of the bowl. I added some more moss on the bottom, some more of that Spanish moss on the bottom of the, around the nest on the bottom. And that went underneath some of the, you know, where that area where you could see it just below the wreath. That's where I was putting some here and there, because I added some sticks and flowers and some moss to the bottom. So now we're adding some deer moss. I got the deer moss also at the Dollar Tree, and it did take 1 bag of that. And I just pinched it and spread them around within the Spanish moss and kind of mixed it around together so they entwine with each other. Oh, it's so breathtaking. As it's building, your eyes, it's just like eye candy. I'm not kidding. With everything, you're looking at it and just building on it, and you're seeing it come to life, and it's just like, wow, breathtaking. So now we're just, see how I'm just adding the moss, the deer moss, and I just mix it within the Spanish moss. And that's all you do. And then you can go on the sides and mix it in with the Spanish moss you put on the bottom, and put some in between the flowers. You just get different mosses and just start placing them all over the place within the flowers and the sticks, and it just works. Yes, it does. See that? Now this moss I got at Hobby Lobby. I do not know what this moss is called. If you know, can you let me know? Can you go to comments below and let me know what this moss is called? Because I don't know what this one's called. I know Spanish moss, I know deer moss, but I don't know this one. But it is beautiful. And you know what? It brought this nest to life. Look it. This is the magic. Oh, it made it look so whimsical. All these mosses with the flowers and the sticks. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And again, just get it and just start putting them all over. You start seeing me grab all kinds of different moss now. The deer moss, the Spanish moss. You see me grab the mystery moss and start putting it everywhere. And little pieces on sticks, and putting them in between where the, you know, where there's holes where you can see, just put some in there and tuck it in there, and it works. It's so gorgeous. And that's all I'm doing, is building. And you can trim some of that Spanish moss down, or the deer moss. See, that one came undone, so we're just going to add some glue because I don't like unruly flowers. And we're going to make it behave. Tell you, my glue gun will make it behave. And we're putting some more moss. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. I decided to put some even on top of the sticks, on the branches on the very top. See that? I just put some glue and then pinch it, glue, pinch it, and some more glue, and we're going to pinch it. It looks right out of a fairy book story, I'm telling you. So gorgeous. Can you tell? I am very proud of this project. I am very proud of this. This is so gorgeous. I am telling you, it's one of my favorites. Absolute favorite. It's so springtime and so whimsical looking. Just absolutely love it. See that? Add a little flower up on top. And now I'm adding some more sticks from that grapevine wreath, and I'm just putting some where they're standing out, they're cricket, it's whatever, and I'm just putting them in there in size of the wreath and just gluing them. Now I put my eggs in there. I got these eggs at Walmart, and they have ribbons on the bottom. I did not remove my ribbons in case I want to use them for something else in the future, but you can leave the ribbons on or off, and you can lay your eggs like this, or you can put the ribbons on the top, and that probably would look absolutely gorgeous with the eggs with the ribbons on top. But I laid mine like this, and I put some Spanish moss in between the eggs. See where there's some openings, I just pushed it on in there. And then I added some deer moss, and then a little bit of that mystery moss. I'm calling it the mystery moss. And put that in there. Sorry if you can hear those cars going by. It's a little busy on my road today. And more sticks. See, I added more sticks. And I'm looking at it going, put more sticks in there. It's missing something. I know what it's missing. I heard someone call this one time. I can't remember where I heard it from. But springtime is sunshine. Springtime is sunshine. And I need to add, I think, some sunshine to my nest. So I'm adding these sticks. And a little bit of glue, and it just stays. See that? But springtime is sunshine. So after I added some sticks on there, some more sticks, and I was happy with it. I mean, look at that. You use almost that whole grapevine wreath, I'm telling you. I got these, I went to the Dollar Tree and I got some yellow flowers, and I just started adding some sunshine to my nest. And it livened it up even more. Look at how beautiful and bright. So springy. So whimsy. With that purple and lavenders and the creams and the whites and the eggs. It makes those eggs pop even more. And the layers of green mosses. The leaves. Oh, and then that brown from the branches. I'm telling you guys, this is breathtaking. You're probably tired of hearing me say that. I'm so sorry. But I hope you guys enjoyed this. And if you do, please give me a thumbs up. It helps my channel grow, and it lets me know that you liked what I'm doing. If you're returning, I did not say it in the beginning, but welcome back. Thank you for returning. I do love you guys. And if you're new, I hope you consider joining my crafty Lainey world. And subscribe and hit that bell. It'll notify you every time I upload a new video. Thank you guys. Okay, we're going to start by putting these tumbler blocks right flush to the bottom of each wood plank. We're going to do this to all three. And there's going to be 2 per plank. I would suggest using E6000 if you want this to last for a very long time. The hot glue works perfect, but for extra stability, I would use some E6000 also with this. And how you do that, you would put your hot glue with your E6000, press firmly, and while the E6000 is drying, the hot glue holds it together tightly. So there we go. We're just going to press them right to the edge firmly and push them together. And what we're doing is we're making them stand. These I got at Lowe's for 28 cents each, and they're samples on the wood flooring aisle. And I mean, come on, 28 cents each. That's not bad, guys. There you go. They're done. These square blocks I got from Home Depot, and they are free, guys. Yes, are free. Yay. Free. Free. Can't get any budget more friendly than that, right? Okay, so now we're just going to glue these to the taller planks. And we're wanting everything to be flushed evenly on the bottom. I stand it up when I'm gluing, just to make sure that it's all flushed evenly on the bottom. So I put some hot glue in the front on the edge, stand it up, and yes, I eyeball it, and I'm just lay it down, press firmly. And there we have it. See? And we're just going to follow along the same steps. Press. And there you go. Put some more glue down. Stand it up and press. Now the last square we're going to put on here, this one is going to have the 7th tumbler block. And we're just flushing it evenly to the bottom. I get some more hot glue, and I'm just putting some right where in the back of where they're all touching. See that? Right where it's just for some extra stability. I put those wicker balls right on the bottom. I stood it up, put some glue, and just pressed them on. And you know what? They look so cute. Sorry I did not show me doing that, but I think you guys get it, how I did it. You just stand it up, put some glue on the tail, and just push it on in. You can find those at Dollar Tree. They're 4 in a pack, and it's the medium-sized wicker balls. Now I get these decals, these letter decals from the Dollar Tree. I love using these things. I think they're absolutely great to use for crafting. And I just put them all in there, and I'm spelling Easter. Now this cute little bunny I'm got this from the Dollar Tree. Comes 2 in a pack. We're going to remove the ears. And I got the scrap piece of paper with the Sharpie, pen or pencil you may use, anything that you like. And I'm just making my own little template. I get those 2 ears, and I'm going to glue them in back of the tall planks. And it's going to be behind. And don't forget, the bunny we are making is we're going to be looking at the back side. So we want to make sure that the ears are glued backwards. See that with the tail? So where the pink is on those ears, they should be facing away from you when you look at it. Now I just decided to get this pink burlap ribbon, and I'm just going to make a little bow out of it. And put that right there between the ears. You can put whatever you like, any embellishment for her ears. It's a female we're making, a little girl bunny. I got a little pink flower because it matched the bow. And I put that right in the center of the bow. And then I got a little white paper flower that I have, little white roses that are paper. And I put it right in the middle of that pink flower. And I thought it really looked pretty. So now I get this burlap material. I get this from Walmart. I usually get half a yard just to have on hand for different projects I like to do. And I thought this would make great bunny ears. So I got that template and just started tracing some ears on it. Now I'm cutting out those ears. And we're just going to need 4 of them. Okay, I got a wax, hint, I got wax paper I like to use when I do this kind of stuff, because the Mod Podge does not stick to it. So as I'm doing my ears, I be generous with your Mod Podge in first place. Yeah, we want to be very generous with it. We want quite a bit of it because you want it to seep through the burlap really nice. And we're going to put quite a bit of it. As it's drying, you're going to bend it, and then you're going to go back, and then again, as it's drying, we bend it some more. I bent it twice. I went in there just to shape it as the Mod Podge is drying. I know it's kind of like a little process, but it's so worth it. It's just so your ears have some kind of shape, so they're not just standing flat. You want them to look curved, and see how they dry real nicely curved, and the color is beautifully matching the tail perfectly. So again, we're going to glue our ears behind the wood plank. See that? And remember, we want the cup to go away from us, because we are looking at the back side of the bunny rabbit. And you can place your ears any way, give it some character. I did one cricket, and I did one straight, and just so my bunny rabbit's ears had some character to them. This is your project. I want you to do it. When you're smiling, that's when you say, hey, this is what I want. This is what I like. See that? Easy as that, guys. Come on. I see this in the stores all over the place. And I mean, they cost so much. And here I got these wood things for 28 cents each. 3 of them. And then what? The little wood squares for free. You cannot beat it. And everything else I got at the Dollar Tree. The only thing I did not get was really the burlap. But look at this. Gorgeous. I know you're going to love it. Now this, I added my rope. I call it rope. Yes, I do. But it's the medium size. I get this at Walmart in the floral section. I know it's on a Dollar Tree spool. I save those and use them for things like this. But I just wrap it around all the way and put it in the front on the bottom, so it stands. You don't want it on the very, very bottom. You just want it in front on the bottom. You see how I bring it over into the front. Watch, I glue it around the side, run it all the way through the sides. Hint, hint, do this before you glue the squares. Trust me, it'll be easier. I should have, I did not, but learn from my mistake. And there you have it, guys. Look at that. Absolutely love it. Yay! Voila, I am done. Okay, guys, we're going to start by painting the base with the mineral chalk Waverly paint. Don't forget to do your sides. I can't say that enough. We want it a finished, complete look so we don't forget the sides. And what do I say? It's okay, don't paint the bottom because no one is what? Going to see it. And I'm not going to torture you guys. I did 3 coats. See, I'm done with my 3rd coat. Voila. Now we're going to get this bunny sign and I'm going to take it apart. Yep, I'm going to save the string that it came with. I'm going to save that, put it aside. And I'm going to take the little flower tails off and put those aside because I'm going to use those again. And you don't have to, but I decided to take all the stickers and the paper off both sides because I'm going to paint front and back. And this little handy dandy tool is awesome. Got it at the Dollar Tree. It's one of those little spatulas. So after I got everything off, you want to sandpaper so everything's even where I took the paper off, the front. Just sandpaper lightly the whole thing. Not real hard, just lightly, just to give it some even where it's not all bumpy. I forgot to put this on the supplies, but this is from the Dollar Tree also, and it's the little puffy spackle. And I just put a little bit where the holes are. See that? We're going to make those disappear. We're going to set this aside and let it dry. And now we're going to get these little flower pots. And I'm using again the mineral chalk paint. And I'm lightly brushing some paint on the outside. Just a dry brush, not a lot. I do both of them. And now I'm getting a damp paper towel and I just wipe over the whole pot on both of them to take some of the excess paint off. Now I'm getting these little cactus plants, succulent plants from the Dollar Tree. I love the way they look this year. I'm really liking them. Really natural looking, healthy looking. And I took the clips off. I get the deer moss. You can use any kind of moss if you want, or you don't have to put moss at all. It's up to you. But you put some glue on the bottom, which I did not because I might want to use this pot again, but I did the sides just so the moss would stay in there better. I put some glue on the tip and I'm just gonna arrange it and put it in there. Look at that. And then I'm gonna get this baby's breath. I just took a piece of it off the bush, and slip that right in there. And there you have it. Look at that. So now I'm going to get these little carrots. These carrots are adorable. And they have they're like orange twine around them and little raffia paper on the ends. Really cute. And I'm just gluing them inside, tucking them in there. You adjust them to the way you want them. Now I'm putting a little bit of glue on the outside of my flower pot, and I'm just getting some of the moss that's broken up. I just get little pinches of it and put it on top of the glue. And now I'm trimming it. So you just trim it. There you have it. I make both of them. I put one with the moss coming down the side, and I put one with the moss going around the top out of the pot. I want it to look more natural and nature. I don't know. I love moss. I love the moss look on things, especially when you're using succulents and terracotta. There's just something about it that looks so pretty, and I don't know, it could be whimsical looking to me. I know I'm weird. And you just trim the excess off close to the pot so it just looks like the moss is growing on it. And there you have it. Both of them, they look cute even like that. You can put them around your house. Now I'm getting the plaque that we fixed, and I'm just going to lightly sand where the circles where we put the spackle in, the holes, so it's all nice and even. I turn it around and do the same thing just to make sure everything is even. Now the fun part, we're just going to paint. Again, I am not going to torture you guys and paint the whole thing in front of you. So you paint one whole side. Don't forget your sides, of course, right? You want it to be finished. And then we turn it around and we do the back. You don't have to do that, but I wanted to do it because I didn't know where I wanted to place this exactly, so I was afraid that I can put it now on a tablescape, I can put it on a shelf, I can put it where you can see the back side of it also, and it's finished. So I just painted it white. Now I flipped it over in the front, and I got my brown paint and just started dry brushing the whole thing, just to give it a weathered, woodsy look. Great for farmhouse decor for Easter, and I don't know, I love the way it looks when you dry brush brown over the white chalk paint. The effect is just absolutely gorgeous to me. And always remember, go lightly and build it. Blend. And if you have too much dark, you can always put some more light. And if you put too much light, you can always put a little more dark. It's whatever pleases you. You smile when you make your project. This is yours, your signature. And here I'm doing a tapping motion. I'm not really smearing it yet, and I just dab it with the brush real lightly, tapping it. And as I build it, it kind of gives it like an airbrush look in a way. And then I go around, and with the dry brush at the end of the brush where it's dry, I just start smearing it now. Just blending it all in. And I do that with the brown lightly. And then I'll smear it a little bit, and there you go. Now I cut the stem off that succulent, and I'm putting it for the center bunny's tail. And here I just cut a little bit of that baby's breath. I cut it off, and then I cut it straight close to where the flowers, the stems where the flowers are, and I pinched it between my fingers really tightly. When I put the glue down, I sat it right on top, and when I sat it on top, then I started spreading it around, spreading it out. If that makes any sense, I hope so. And then I checked if there was any loose, and I just moved them around before the glue sets. See that? And then you just pinch it, cut it close, put the glue, and place it down. And there I have my two tails. Oh, they're so cute. So there's those flowers we took off, the original little tails. And I'm going to make little girl bunnies. You can use those, or you can use even real flowers. Well, not real flowers, but you know what I'm saying. Artificial flowers, but colored spring flowers. And then there's the rope that I took off the sign, the original rope to hang it. When I said to put it aside, I'm just going to wrap it, and I twisted it and put it around the middle bunny. I left it a little loose because I wanted to entwine some moss inside that one, like twist it with it. If that, I don't know, I can't talk today. And there's my little boy bunny. So now I'm getting the smaller twine, and I'm just going to wrap it around the bunny's ears, give her some style. I don't know, when I do that, I kind of thought of like bunnies with the little ponytails, or that's kind of what I'm looking on this one. Just a whimsical farmhousey ponytails. I like to share what I was thinking when I do these things. So you just glue it on the back. I did it on the other side also. And now we trim. And this bunny, I felt like doing a little headband, so I wrapped it around twice, and then I put a little headband. And there she is. Now I'm getting the base and the little flower pots we made, and I am just going to put some hot glue and some E6000 on the bottom of these. And I do use both because the hot glue helps keep it in place as it's drying and setting. I do admit that little pot was a little stubborn, had to mess with it a little bit. But this one was really happy to go where I needed it to go. Did the same thing to that one and put them on each side. Now I'm putting E6000 just on the bottom of this, the bunnies, and I put some hot glue also and glued it right to the base. And I wanted to put my moss right on the bottom to give it more of a garden look, like a little garden. And I just put them here on the bottom just a little bit. So I put some glue and then I pressed down some of the moss on the corners by the pot and underneath the bunnies, real lightly, not a lot. See that? Here you go. All I did was put the glue down and then put that right on top. And I do the same thing all along the bottom. I do apologize that it's not facing you, but there it is. I am all done. Isn't that beautiful? It reminds me of a whimsical garden, or it could be farmhouse also, but there's my bunnies. Hey guys, we're gonna start. I started on the line of the styrofoam wreath. There's a line there, and that's where I'm starting. I just put a dab of glue, as you can see, on the tip of each petal, and I just start layering them right on top of each other. On the right hand side, it's going upward, and then when I go to the other side, to the left, I'm gonna go up more to the left. Does that make sense? I can't talk great. But anyway, you get what I'm saying. I'm not gonna torture you guys and watch me do this whole thing. You're just gonna keep layering them. It is a process, but it's comfortable, it's relaxing. See, we're gonna do it all the way. I didn't go all the way around. You can go all the way around, but I did not. I went and I left a space so I can put the bow. See? There we go. I did not torture you, thank goodness, right? So I just add all the way around, just a bunch of rose petals. Easy as that. So quick, fast, easy, and it's so delicate and pretty. I didn't do the back side. It's going to be hanging against the wall. And I got this ribbon from the Dollar Tree, of course. And it's like a burlap pink ribbon. So I thought it looked really pretty. This ribbon would be great for Easter also and for the spring. I didn't think about it, but we could have put strands of pearls wrapped around it also with little hearts. Would have looked really pretty. But I wanted it quick and simple. I have buffalo check ribbon left over from Christmas, so I thought, you know what, I'm going to put this in the center of my bow. And then I got wooden hearts from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to paint those with my Waverly white chalk paint. And I'm just doing the wood ones with the white. And you know what? I didn't put it on thick. I just put it on very lightly because I want to make them look kind of like chalkboard or like a grayish. So I'm gonna go over it with a little bit of the black apple barrel paint with that. You know, dry brush, mix it in. There we go. We just painted all the wood ones. And now I'm using the apple barrel black paint. And I'm just gonna lightly brush it. And what do I say? If you have too much dark, feel free to put a little more light. And if it's too light, feel free to put a little more dark. It's to whatever you want. Make it till you smile. That's what I always say. Can't say it enough. Come on, don't roll your eyes. You know it's true. So there you go. You just keep dry brushing, and I'm just dipping my brush in a little bit into the cap and just barely putting it in the cap where I'm dry brushing a little more. Just to give them, I don't know, I want them to each look different. I don't know, I like that crafty look. Put some more white on that one. Now I'm going to get these hearts, and I'm just going to put some glue. Yes, they have like a little sticker back there, but they're not really good, you know, adhesive on that. So I'm just going to put a dab of glue on each one. And I'm looking like, okay, where do I want to put this? And you just put them wherever your little heart desires, right? There you go. See? And I'm just trying to spread them around. And I got these the little scatter or confetti glitter hearts, and I'm putting a little bit of glue behind them and some foam hearts, and just putting them with the wood ones. Hi guys. Okay, we're going to start decorating our cone, and we're going to use make sure you have 2 flowers, roses, flowers, whichever you want to use. I use this from a project I had done, and I just cut these 2 roses off a rose bush. rose bush that I got from the Dollar Tree. So now I'm just going to push it right underneath the star. See that? Through the yarn right on top of the cone. I put some glue on the star and then just press that star, cupping it all around the back of the rose. And that's what held it on. See? And then I got me some ribbon and I'm going to make a bow. You can use any ribbon. Dollar Tree has some nice ones, 99 cents. Only store does, and so does Walmart. They have really pretty right now Valentine ribbon. And I just went with this one because this is what I had left over on hand from another project. I like to use a bunch of the same things so it all matches. And I made a quick bow. That's it. And I'm just going to glue that right behind that rose, behind this, and it's going to go behind the star. So it hides the star. Sorry, there's an airplane going by, if you can hear that. So I'm going to trim some of that pipe cleaner down, put some glue on that, put it up on, like I said, behind that star. And I'm only going to decorate the front of my cone because you're not going to really see the back. But if you're going to use this, something like this for a tablescape or something that you can see it all around, I would suggest to put like a little rose on the back of that also, or a little heart would do even, just to hide, you know, the pipe cleaner. So now I'm using the foam stickers, which is great because you don't have to use any glue for those because they stick really well on this yarn. But I did use glue for the glitter, the glitter table scatters, the confetti. I did use glue for that because they did not have any adhesive on it. So just a dab, it doesn't need a lot, just a little bit, just to hold your hearts in place. And I put that one on top of the white larger sticker because I wanted it to look kind of matching the bow with the big polka dots. I'm sorry if I sound a little funny when I talk, and it's just I'm getting over a upper respiratory infection. So I've been sick for a while and I'm starting to feel like myself, thank goodness. But I still haven't got I'm still not fully well, but it is what it is. So now I'm just gluing my glitter hearts all over the place, and I chose to use the smaller glitter hearts. But you know me, I love some glitz and glam. Love it, love it, love it. And then I put some more of the little white foam stickers. I used more of the pink and the white because the cone was already red, so I kind of just wanted it to match. To match the big bow, white and red. But the pink is cute with the pink glitter hearts. And as you can see right there, I pulled that sticker off and I just placed it back on, and it stuck really well. So I was really happy with that. So with this one here, I'm showing you, I glued this, put the glue behind, closed the star behind the rose, did the same thing. I wanted to show you that I'm making 2 of these, and even though you make them both different, but you can make them pair up. They look like a great pair, even if they're decorated different, but they still match. There, did I say that right? Sorry, sometimes I talk really weird. Yes, I know what I'm saying. I hope you do. I live in my crafty leany world, I'm telling you. And I know what I'm saying, but sometimes people look at me and go, did you understand what she said? Okay. But we all get it, right? So now I'm just spreading along all these stickers, the foam stickers. And like I said, I'm only doing the front and the side a little bit because you're not gonna be able to see the back of mine. But again, you could do yours, which would be great for a tablescape. Oh, you can even paint the bottom. I did not, but you could paint the bottom. And you can, oh, you know what'll look really cute too? I'm here jabbering. Probably why you guys are like, you know what? I'm going to just see how you make this. But you can also put some moss on the bottom. Glue some moss all on the bottom if you're using it for a tablescape. And that would look really nice. So now I'm just layering my hearts. And I'm putting some all over the place till I'm happy with it. And look at it and smile. Make it till you smile. Yep. I don't know. I'm thinking of changing the bows out on these. If you can leave me comments below, let me know if I should. I wanted it to be maybe with the buffalo check bow, since I have that in my kitchen, since this is going in my kitchen. Let me know, would you change it or would you leave the polka dots? Leave me a comment below and let me know what you think, if you would change it. And there you have it. Look at that. Oh, I gotta do my bow. Yeah, I might be changing this bow out. I might put a buffalo check bow. I'm not too sure. But it's really fast, really quick, simple, fun to make. And it looks really festive and cute. Can't go wrong. Love it. And there you have it. Both decorated different, but yet they are a pair and they match. Just like your couple, right? We're different in some ways, but then we're the same. I like that. Okay guys, we're going to begin by removing that ribbon and tag. Turn our tag over and we're going to put some of that Waverly white chalk paint right on top. And as you can see, I am just going to paint the whole entire tag. And don't forget, do your sides. We want it to have a finished look. So after I paint both tags, see, I did my sides. So after both the tags, I'm going to do my tissue paper. And I really like this tissue paper. It's so pretty. You'll probably see me use it on another project because I really liked it. It's really soft looking. You can make it look antique or French, farmhouse French or chic. You can use it for many things, many styles. So anyway, I cut the edge and then I just folded it over, that piece I cut, and I folded over as you can see and cut it in half, and voila, I have my two pieces. I get my Mod Podge now and I'm just going to paint the bottom of my tag. And I only put it on the bottom halfway. I put Mod Podge on top and spread it all the way on top of that. I didn't do the whole tag just yet because I want to still do something to the tag. So I'm just doing it to the tissue paper. And I'm going to press on the edges so the paper sticks really nice to the edge of that tag. And I'm doing the second one, and I'm going to do the same exact thing. And you can trim it as it's drying. I trimmed it, and then I press on the sides again. And that one I was just pulling it off. And I press on the sides on the edge. And we're going to let those dry. So as they were drying, I would let them dry longer, but I was doing the video, so I was just going step to step. I put a little bit as it's drying of that light mocha apple barrel, and I just put a little bit on the tip of my brush, just on the tip, and I placed it and I just started dabbing it all over the place. I wanted it to give a weathered look, like it's old, kind of an antique look. And then on the other edge, on both corners, on one corner I put the light mocha, and on the other corner of the brush I had a little bit of the white still on there. So if it came out too dark, like I said, put a little bit more light. If it comes out too light, you put a little bit of dark, just until you're ready and you look at it and you're smiling and you say, yep, make it till you smile, remember? And I do the same thing to the other one. Now that they're dry, I got my scissors, and you can use sandpaper if you like, and just sandpaper the edges. I just do it the old-fashioned way. Got my scissors and just scraped it on the edge, and it comes right off after it's fully dry. See? And it just comes right off. Just scrape it. You don't have to do it hard. You just barely scrape and it comes right off. Now I'm getting this. I love this ribbon. I got this at Walmart and I used it for a Halloween project, and this was what I had left, and I thought, you know what, this looks so pretty, and I thought it would look antique, kind of, you know, that French chic antique look. So I'm just gonna put glue right on the edges, and I'm just gonna glue my ribbon right on that. My glue didn't come out right. So I want to make sure it stays really nice in place. So you got to make sure that it sticks really well. Now this ribbon I got at the Dollar Tree. And you go to the Dollar Tree, you probably see this there all the time. They carry this ribbon a lot, and I use it for a lot of things. It's so pretty. And I like the tone of it. It's kind of like a beige color. So I really like using this ribbon for a lot of things. So I glue it on top of the other one on the edge, and then I just trim the ribbons. See, that pretty? So this I got at, you guys all know, at Walmart. This bundle of twine rope, and you can use thinner twine, you can use another ribbon, you don't have to. I was even thinking you could have even used small string of pearls, would look pretty. And I chose to use this because, like I said, I wanted it to have that kind of a farmhouse chic look, so I chose this. But the Dollar Tree does carry the nautical rope, and they do carry the twine, so you can use that also. But since I have this, I use it. I use it a lot. So Walmart does, if you do use this stuff a lot, Walmart is the way to go. So you can get a bundle of it. And it's not really expensive. I believe I paid like maybe $4 for something for it. 4 and some change. And it was a big bundle. And it's lasted me for a while. So as you can see, I just glued it 2 rows. Don't do it like I did the first one. The first one, I did it the hard way. You know, Miss Eileen always have to do things sometimes the hard way, but the easy way would be just what I'm showing you right on this one. And this, I did flip it around and put some glue on the back. Careful for your fingers. Yeah, that was a lot easier. So now I get the Mod Podge, and you can leave it the way it is and just paint the top of your tag, but for some reason I like putting Mod Podge on the lace and everything. I put it on the whole thing. I like it to be, when it dries, for it to have that get stiff, but you can't really tell it, but it to me, I don't know, it just, that's what I prefer. But if you don't want to do that, don't do it. It's yours. So I just put the Mod Podge right on top of the ribbon in the rope, the twine. And I put it on top of the tag. And the sides. Don't forget your sides. And let that dry. Now as that's drying, I get my little heart tag, and I got these again at the Dollar Tree. And I just put again on the tip of my brush the crimson red Waverly and the white chalk paint. And I just add the corners as I go along, the colors, and just start blending them in. I do the sides. I didn't do the back because you're going to glue it. And I just did the front. As that's drying, I put it aside to dry. I get my key. It's a little ornament I got from the 99 cents only store. And it was a Christmas ornament. I mean, you can't beat when you get 2 of them for 25 cents. And when I seen it, it reminded me of, you know, you hold the key to my heart. And I thought, oh, I can use it for Valentine's Day. And I love the glittery. It's so pretty. They had gold ones and silver ones. But you can use any key if you get any key. It doesn't have to be this particular one. And I put a little ribbon on there. See the little white ribbon? And then these little flowers. These are so cute. I use little tiny flowers, and then I use some little of those little paper flowers. So it gives it, like I said, the chic antique look. And you can find these anywhere, really. Any hobby, like Hobby Lobby carries them. And they're little paper flowers. Some are paper and some are fabric, but they're so cute. But you can use any flowers that you have on hand, tiny flowers. See? So I need to get a piece of string, and I chose to use a little twine. It's a paper twine. And I'm going to put it through the keyhole up on the top. That was a little tricky for me. I was trying to get it in there, and I just pulled it up with the scissors. I didn't cut, I just kind of grabbed it lightly and then just pull. I tie the knot on it. Probably trim it. And I glue it down. See that? Oh, I didn't trim it. Oh my goodness. Sorry. I said I trimmed it and I didn't. Now back to the heart. After it dries, you can use a Sharpie pen, you can paint it with a paintbrush, but I absolutely am in love, and you know, with my painter's pen. I got this at Walmart, the black painter's pen, and I love it. And I just drew, I'm not an artist, I just drew a little keyhole for my key. So now I think you know what I'm doing, right? Do you get it? You hold the key to my heart. I'm going to make a little heart lock. Yep. So now I put the same ribbon to tie them all in up on the top of that heart. And I'm going to put some little paper roses and another little fabric rose. And I use the same tiny flowers. And you see you play with it. Ooh, my voice, sorry. Excuse me. You play with it and you see where you want to put your flowers. And now I'm looking at it and I'm like, what am I missing? I'm missing something. And then I look at it and I go back and I'm like, oh, I know. I'm missing the latch. So I got the twine that I used around on the tag so it all matches. And I'm going to make my latch for my heart locket. So an easy trick for me is I just put a little bit of glue around. I just rub it on the edges. And then, I know it sounds gross, but I lick my fingers and then I just twirl it. And then the glue doesn't burn you. It dries so quick. So you do that and then you just trim the edge and now you have a flat edge. So I do that to both sides. As I do that to both sides, it's pretty good, the way I like it. And I glue it right onto my heart. See, there we go. There's my locket. Oh, they came out so pretty. If you see them in person, oh my gosh, so pretty. Now I got this ribbon at the Dollar Tree. They have this there all the time. Hint, hint, they're great for Easter, great for every day. I don't know, I just love this ribbon. I love the lace in the middle. So I just make your simple bow, get some twine, paper twine, and I don't know, I call it paper twine. Is it baker's twine? Paper twine? I don't know. But I just get that string and tie it in the middle. And I'm going to get some little they're wood heart stickers from the Dollar Tree, which I really love these little wood heart stickers. And I'm just going to place that right in the middle. See that? Just so I can put on the top of my tags when I hang it. Now I'm just trimming my tails. I do a simple trim. You go ahead and trim your tails any way you like. And that is it. Voila, I am done. Okay guys, we're going to start by removing these grapefruits off this plaque that we got at the Dollar Tree. And they come right off really easy. We're going to remove that string. We're going to save that for later. And we're going to cut off the tip of that straw. And it cuts right off, really simple. You can sand it down if you like to make it more smooth. That's up to you. Well, I'm turned it over and now I am painting with Waverly white chalk paint the whole entire thing. And it took 2 coats to cover completely. Don't forget your sides because it finishes the whole project. You don't want to finish your whole project and then look at the sides and go, oh shoot, I forgot the sides. Because I'm telling you, I've done that. Finish the whole thing and then all of a sudden notice I forgot my sides. You want a finished, complete look, so don't forget your sides. Now I'm using the Waverly white chalk paint again, and we're going to paint our grapefruits. And there you go, look, I did my sides. And we're going to turn them into watermelons. Don't look at my hands. I know they're full of paint, but like I always say, a little bit of water and soap will take care of that. So now we're just doing the green apple barrel acrylic paint. And we're going to create our watermelons. It doesn't have to be perfect, guys. Don't worry about that. That's the beauty about DIYing, right? It's really simple, quick, easy, budget friendly, very refreshing, right? When we think of watermelon, we think of refreshing, we think of summer. A watermelon margarita. I don't know, that's what I think of. Watermelon margarita. So now I'm using the Crimson Red Waverly chalk paint. For my watermelon. And don't worry if you get any on the sides or, don't worry because we're going to touch them up. Nothing that a little bit of touch up will not fix, right? Doesn't have to be perfect. Like I said, I am not a perfectionist. I always craft until my eyes are smiling, guys. That's what it's about. You put your own signature on it because that's what it is, right? Your own signature. See right there, I went over the white, but that's okay because when I touch it up, I will fix that and you won't even notice it. I hope you don't notice it. I hope no one notices it. But we'll see. So I'm getting my wacky paintbrush. Yes, I know it's wacky. It's an old paintbrush and I just have a habit of using it. I love it. And I just dipped it a little bit in some white Waverly chalk paint. And then I just dabbed lightly because, I don't know, I like a little speckles. I think it looks real farmhousey country when you do that. And I just lightly put it a few on there. See that? How you can see the little specks. And now I'm just doing my touch-ups. See? Now I'm going to use that Apple Barrel black paint, acrylic paint. And I'm using a, see how that brush is angled? It's just an angled brush. It's a Crayola brush I got at Walmart. I love getting them. I just buy a bunch of them and keep them on hand. Good for the price, and hey, it works. So all I do is just touch on there in an angle, and it makes my watermelon seeds for me. And don't worry, they could be cricket, they could be different sizes. I mean, hey, when you cut up a watermelon and you look at the seeds, they're all not the same shape size, right? There's some that are fatter, some that are smaller, some are thinner. So don't worry about it. As long as your eyes are smiling, you're happy with what you're doing. That's all that ever matters, guys. And I'm happy with my watermelon seeds. Okay, now this part is a little, okay. All I'm doing is getting the painter's tape, and I'm just gonna block that area off because I don't want those to get painted, the top and the handle. And when I'm done with that, I'm gonna get the same painter tape, and I'm gonna put it right on the edge, put one right underneath each other, take one out from the middle, put it again underneath that one and take it off. See how I'm measuring in between, and I just take the other one off, and I just keep using that same tape to measure in between them. And it still probably came out a little crooked. Oh well, that's just crafty leany for you, right? So I would put another one right in the middle. So now I'm just going to get what I painted the watermelon with, that green apple barrel. And I used the white Waverly chalk paint and I mixed them together. I didn't mix. I just would dip my brush lightly in there and then just start painting. I wanted it to kind of look like, I don't know, in my vision, like a watermelon. You know how the watermelon is kind of like the colors are light and dark, and that's kind of what I was hoping I would get. But I'm just explaining my vision of my checkers. So now I'm going to remove this when it dries. You let it dry a little bit. That's what I love about this paint, is it dries so quick. I love these paints. That's all I use, is these plaid apple barrels and Waverly and even Mod Podge. Love it, love it, love it. So now that I got those squares, now what we do is we're going to add the same painter's tape over the green squares. See how I'm laying them just across the green squares? I had to fix that one. There we go. And then we do it again, and we put it right over the green squares, the green squares. And do the same process we're doing with the green and the white. And I just dab it right in there, just sponging it on. There we go. Now we're going to take that off, and we're going to let it dry a little bit. I think it looks so pretty because it kind of gives it that like marbly, I don't know, it just has different variety of the greens levels. So now I'm just going to fix this, and because some of them, yeah, I know, see how I don't measure? That's what happens if you don't measure. And now I'm just going to go and make touch-ups with my squares so they all match to be a checkerboard. And that's simple, guys. You can fix it just like that. Now I remove that, and then I'm just going to fix that other, see it right there on the bottom? I got to fix that, yeah. So I'm going to do it the same way how I did the other one. I'm going to fix this one. And if any of it bleeds, that's okay, because we can always go back and do some touch-ups. I'm really showing you guys, right? See, it's sometimes you gotta just put some love and some work into this when you are doing crafting. Yay, okay. So now I'm getting the paintbrush, and I'm just kind of like going around some of the squares that I think needs to have a little dark. I put some little bit of more dark in them. See how I just dip that lightly and go in there and each square, and I wanted it to have a little more dark. See? Now these guys I got at 99cents Only store. They're those plant sticks, you know, where you put the little plants, your herbs or something, and you can write tomatoes or basil or whatever on there. And I thought, oh, these would be cute for this. And I got those puffy stickers from Walmart and just added them for 15 cents a pound. And I painted my little cent sign and my little dots. And that was easy as that, guys. Just done just like that. If you don't have these sticks, Dollar Tree carries these really cute little memo sticks like that. Or you can do paper or a tag. That would have been cute, right? A hanging tag, like a tag hanging from the handle. That would have been really cute. I didn't think of that until now, but that's an idea. Now I'm just getting that same Waverly white chalk paint now that that green is dry, and went over it, and I just dabbed over it with just to give it some, I don't know, country look. So we're going to move it from the handle. Oh, I love it. Okay, so now we're going to put our sign, and I like to angle things just to give it some character. And I'm going to angle that sign and just glue it right on the jug. I'm going to call it a jug, okay? And then there's my little watermelons. And you just play with it. You see where you want to put it. You don't have to put it exactly the way I do. You can if you want, but you don't have to. And all I do is just move it around, see where I want to place them. After I figure it out, I'm like, okay, I think I'll put it there. And then I get the other watermelon slice, put some glue on it, and do the same thing. And now I have a little bow. I just got scrap ribbon that I had and just tied them all together. And then I just trimmed them really tiny, really simple. You can put any bow you want. I got this ribbon at Dollar Tree during Valentine's Day. But they have assortments of all kinds of ribbons. It don't have to be that. And Walmart has beautiful assortments also. So now I'm just putting that nautical rope from the Dollar Tree. I had some left, and I'm just going to glue it around, kind of like on the top of my jar. My jug. And I put the glue down where I want it to stay, because I want it to be in an angle. Come on, lay back down. I want everybody to see. Sorry, I'm out of angle. There we go. And I'm going to see how I put the glue line. I'm just going to put a little glue line right there where I want my rope to stay. And I always just rub it, take excess glue off with my finger. You know, careful, it's hot. See? And I put some glue again, and then just wrapped it around. Put the glue in the back and have it stay. So this one here, I got this rope from Walmart. I buy a big spool of it. And I'm just going to wrap it all the way around. You can use the nautical rope from Dollar Tree or their twine. I mean, it could be anything. Or you could even do the ribbon that you had. Or you don't even have to put any rope around it. But I chose to use this one, and all I'm doing is going to wrap it all around the handle. See what it's starting to look like? That bow is from the Dollar Tree, and I just made your average regular bow After I did that, I just put it right on the handle. I know I didn't finish wrapping it. I will. I ran out of the rope and I had to get some more. So this is just scrap ribbon that I've had laying around during Valentine's Day, Christmas, just what I have. And I thought, this looks good. It matches. I really like it. And I thought, you know what? Those are easy colors you can always find at the stores. The green and the red, Dollar Tree does carry. And the little checkerboard ribbon I got also from the Dollar Tree. But you can use any ribbon. And I just added some floral, some white flowers to match the little one I put on the sign. And then there's the rope for we can hang it. I just placed it right back to where it belongs, see? So I can hang it. And then I finished wrapping the handle. And I put little white specks in the seeds, and I ended up putting some black around the edges of the jar. Okay guys, we're going to start by using this large spaghetti can and this wired burlap ribbon from the Dollar Tree. I am adding some glue right there on the seam of that can, and we're going to add our ribbon now. We put it right to the seam of the can and wrap it around just underneath the lip of that can. I call it a lip. Edge, lip, yeah. So now we're just going to cut that. And I like to fold the end of my ribbons when I do DIYs like this, because I like it to have a nice clean seam. So you just put some hot glue there. Be careful for the hot glue because it gets really, really hot on the cans, and the ribbon is not thick, so it goes right through it. So be careful. The upside of that is that it is a can and it cools off fast. So now we're gonna, now we're going to do that same process 2 more times. Please do not follow me on this part. I put the glue straight down the seam. Like I said, the glue dries very fast on the can. So just put your glue on the seam where you're putting the ribbon at the moment, and then wrap it around. And when you wrap it, please wrap it firmly. Don't rip it or tug on it. Just do it firmly, like so it's tight around your can. And you want it flushed to the other ribbon. You want them really side by side nicely. Don't forget to fold your ends because you want that nice seam. Now, it is nice because the can originally has a seam on the back, so it's easy to follow. So I would just place my seams right where the can's original seam is. So there we go. The last one we're putting. Yes, see, it's hot. And I wrap it around firmly, fold. And I'm going to add some glue there. And there we have it. Yay. So now I'm getting, it's a thinner rope. I get this spool at Walmart. And I'm telling you guys, I buy a lot of it. I use a lot of it, not buy a lot of it. I use a lot of it, so I buy the big spool of this string rope, whatever we call this. It's like the medium size rope. And I just twine rope. Whichever it may be, but I like using this one. So I get a lot of it at Walmart, the big spool. And it goes a long way, so that's a good thing. But you can also use the twine that Dollar Tree holds there. And if you use that, you might go twice maybe around the top. But this one, you only do it once. Right on the lip of that can, right on top. See? Okay. Now I'm going to get some nautical rope that I got at the Dollar Tree. Everybody knows the nautical rope at the Dollar Tree. I'm adding some glue right on the bottom lip of that can, and I'm putting the thicker nautical rope right over that lip of the can on the bottom. You can do it more than once, but I chose to do it once. But again, it is your project. You make it your own. You do it till you're smiling and your eyes are happy with what you're doing. Like I say, you make it till you smile, right? Make it till you smile. You know, doing your DIYs and projects, they become your signature. I always feel that way. We could see somebody doing the exact same thing, but then you always put your loving touch on your own. So that is your signature. It becomes yours. That's what you gotta love about making things yourself and crafting. So I got the same twine rope that I used for the top, and I'm putting it around the bottom, and I go around it a couple of times. I push it on down with my fingers here and there to make it tight, and then I cut my rope too short, but that's okay because I can fix that. I can get another little piece of string, cut it to where it fits where I need it. And you can't even tell. And there we have it. It'll look really cute to put the string on each seam of that ribbon. Would look even so cute. I just didn't do it, but I thought of it when I seen it after. So that's an idea you might want to use. So now these wooden decals I got at Dollar Tree. They carry these all the time, different sorts. But we're using the anchor today because we are doing a coastal themed DIY. So I'm using the nutmeg brown apple barrel acrylic paint. I got mine at Walmart, and I added a little bit of water to it, and I'm just painting over the wood anchor. I hope you guys go look at the video that I put up before this one. I made them kind of partnered. These decor projects kind of match and go together nicely. So I hope you do go check that out. So I'm using some white Waverly chalk paint, and I'm just dry brushing it over here and there, the anchor. Kind of like a dabbing motion dry brush I'm doing because I want it to look like the coastal look, weathered, and like if it's at the beach or the ocean. So I'm done with the anchor, and I thought, I'm going to get some of that nautical rope, tie the end into a knot, and I put a little knot, well, it's not so little, but I put the knot on top of the anchor, right to the side. Put quite a bit of glue on that to hold it. Push down on it just to make sure it's secured. Now what I'm doing is got some of that same twine string that I used for the bottom and top from the Walmart string, and I tied them each knot on the end, and now I'm just going to glue them to the can. And I kind of looking for, it's hard to explain, I want it kind of loose where I can move the rope the way I want it to lay. I'll show you in a second close up what I'm talking about. It's hard to explain, but I'll show you right here. See how it's up? I wanted it to be up and loose up there. Now, I did get some more Waverly white chalk paint and went around the rope. And I painted the rope because I want it to stand out a little more. And coastal, you know, I don't know. I thought it went, and I think it looks fabulous. I hope you do too. And it just gives it some texture, and you can see the rope more. It's more noticeable. It kind of stands out more. I mean, it's not only coastal. You can also use this method for boho, for country. I mean, it can go a long way. If you don't put the anchor, you could put something else like a rooster or a little chicken or a little cow or pig on the front, or just all kinds of things you can do to these cans. And come on, cans are free. And we're just upcycling it, right? I love it. Kind of like a trash to treasures. And you just make it beautiful. We're purtifuling it up. So there, I'm just putting the white Waverly white chalk paint here and there. I mean, you could do it on the whole thing, but I just chose to do it on the anchor, basically, and on the rope. See? And I just trim off some of the wild hairy thingies on there. You can burn it before you glue anything and use it. It helps too. So I added a seashell on there, and I also added a little floral piece on there from the Dollar Tree to match that wall decor that we made in the last video. Okay, we're going to start with these Dollar Tree, I call them wicker balls. I'm going to use one large and two small. I got some of that rope I get at Walmart. I get a bunch of it on a spool, so because I use plenty of it, I just tie a knot on the bottom, find a good spot that I can open it. Don't be rough with it because it will break, so just got to barely open some spot and push that knot through there, and it will hold. It closes back up and it'll hold. And you do it to all three. I put it on each end of the rope. I got another piece, put a knot. See the knot? And then we're gonna open that spot, find a good spot, open it, slightly open it, and push that through. And there you have it. Now I'm just gonna tie this right with the other. I'm gonna fold it over and just tie it right on the top. See, in the middle of that rope. And we got some little jingle balls. Jingle wicker balls we have. Yay! Now these are from Home Depot, as you can see. I've used them before. They are free, guys. Can't beat budget-friendly free, right? Love it. You just go to the flooring section and that's where they will be. They have different styles of colors. great, great, great. If you've seen my other videos, you have noticed I've used these before, and I absolutely love them. If you haven't seen those videos, I hope you go check those out. Well, I'm putting some nautical rope from the Dollar Tree right around the edges of each square. And I just put it flush to the edge of each square. You guys, this is really simple, really fast, and I'm telling you, budget friendly. You get those squares for free. Can't beat that. I didn't even have to paint them. I mean, you can if you like, but I really like the wood look. We're going coastal decor today. So I just get the ends and glue the ends so it doesn't fray and, loosen up. Do both. Now I'm taking this Dollar Tree wood frame. They carry it all the time. It's in the crafting section. And I'm just going to remove the little tabs off it. And they pull out really simple. Just a little tug and boom, they pop right out. And of course, my apple barrel acrylic nutmeg brown. I added some water to it. And I'm just going to paint it right over that frame. I need to really change my board. You could tell I show it a lot of love. It has all the little paint projects I've done splattered on there. But hey, it's going to get it anyway, right? There you go, nutmeg brown. So I just, like I said, add some water. You don't need a lot, just a little drop of water in that little dot there and of paint, and it kind of waters it down and it makes it really, really easy. Now I'm getting these, there's 6 popsicle sticks. They're the medium size. And I got these also at the Dollar Tree, and they're going to do the same process. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Now my Waverly white chalk paint I'm going to use, and again I added a little bit of water to that. Just a tiny bit, just to water it down. And I'm just going to paint right along on that heart frame. And it's so nice because when the water is with that Waverly chalk paint, the chalk paint seems to dry and the water soaks into the wood, but it gives it kind of like a washed, paint wash look. And it turns out really lovely, especially for the coastal look if that's what you're looking for. It also can be used for country, farmhouse, boho. You can use this method for many things when you're painting wood. And now I'm just going over it with some brown with the water of the nutmeg and going over the white and just blending it all in and to what you want. It's when you look at your project and you're smiling. Told you, happy eyes, right? We want you to be happy with what you make. It's your signature. See how beautiful that came out? Oh, I love it. So now we're doing these little wood cutouts I got at the Dollar Tree. They carry these quite a bit too. Different, all kinds of different ones. Little whales, mermaids, everything you can think of they have. But I'm doing the same process. I picked these two, the anchor and the captain's wheel. And I'm just doing the same process what we did with the heart frame. We put the water with the nutmeg brown. And then we're doing it with the white Waverly chalk paint. You'll be really happy with this effect, I'm telling you. Really nice. So now that we're done with those, we're going to let them dry. And then when I went back to it, which they dry pretty quick. They really do. So getting that same nautical rope that I put around those squares, and I'm going to just put some glue, outline the heart with the glue, and put some nautical rope around the heart. And there you have it. So I'm just going to cut that up. Put some more glue to hold it tightly and firmly down. What does it need? I think I'm going to make a knot. I'm going to get the nautical rope. After I'm done with it, I'll get the nautical rope and I'm going to tie a knot. Just want to tie a little piece. And I'm going to glue it right at the bottom of that heart. You don't have to put that. It's your choice. But I really thought it looked nautical. So now I'm getting those popsicle sticks and I'm going to glue them right behind the frame, the heart frame. And don't forget, just leave like a tiny little space in between each popsicle stick. See how I just left a little pinch? I didn't flush them together. I mean, you can if you like. Like I say, it's yours. But mine, I did leave a little space in between. You guys know I don't measure nothing. I don't measure it. I just go and eyeball it. See how I left the little spaces in between? And look at that. You can even leave it like that. It looks cute. Put the seashell inside the middle. That'll look cute also. Well, now I'm getting the white paint, the Waverly white chalk paint. And I'm just going over the popsicle sticks. So I dip my brush inside the Waverly white paint, and then I dip it a little bit in the water. And then I dip it also inside the nutmeg brown. And I'm just blending some more in. I want it to look like if it was withered. So I got this little heart from a project I had before. And I thought, you know, it'll look cute in the middle. So I did put that. I got it at the Dollar Tree. It was on one of their little plaques. And I save everything, so I thought I would use that. I got a little seashell. Also, I got a pack from the Dollar Tree. You get a bag of these. And I just glued it in the center of that heart. I'm doing the same effect on the captain's wheel, and I will do the same on the anchor. I wanted some more of the white to stand out. You know, coastal, when you live by the beach, the salt water tends to, you know, make the paint and everything look withered, and that's the look we're going for. So I'm just gluing those right in the center of those squares. And I'm going to add some embellishments. I put a seashell on the anchor. You can use them, gosh, you can use them for trays, like the tier trays. You can use them on a table. You just glue something in the back. I usually use a little building block, you know, those tumbler blocks on the back, and you can stand them up really nice. Very cute. They look even cute even if you hung them up by themselves. Many ideas, guys, many ideas. So now I'm adding another seashell to my captain's wheel, and I put it on the opposite side from what I put it on the anchor. Isn't that pretty? Now we're going to hang our wicker balls. We are putting it right on the bottom, in the back on the bottom. I put some glue back there and press that knot right into the glue and have them hang on that. One square, just choose whatever square you want to be on the bottom. So now I'm just getting some Waverly white chalk paint, no water, and I'm just dry brushing. Not a lot of paint on your brush. Dry brushing, and I'm just putting it right on the rope. Just going around the rope, and I wanted some of the white. Now, if you can hear my son talking in the background, I'm truly sorry. But my house is alive, and so I'm happy. Okay, so now I've got these from the Dollar Tree. It's from a floral bush, and they carry them still. You can find them there. And I don't know, to me, they kind of looked coastal. And I thought, well, you know what? I'm going to put this right in where my heart in the knot is. And I put it on each side. And I trimmed it to the way I want it to look. Because remember, I tell you, we make it till we smile. And then I just push it right in there, and you keep adjusting. I mean, the glue isn't dry right away, so adjust it. You play with it, you adjust it to the way you want it to look. See? Put a little bit of glue on that one and put it right in the center of that. Look at it. Ooh, pretty. I put a pearl in the middle of that seashell. You know me, I have to have some kind of glam, right? So I put a little piece right on each block with the captain's wheel and with the anchor next to the shell, so it all blends in with the top piece. There you have it. I'm really happy with the way these turned out. This is really pretty. I hope you guys like it too. So now I just tied knots on the nautical rope ends, and I'm gluing them in the front, not in the back. I wanted the knots to show, and I wanted it to be in the front. So here, I did not measure. I tell you guys, I know you guys probably would smack the top of my hand because I never measure. But you just eyeball it and how far you want them to hang from the top. And we're just going to make them cascade down. That's all we're doing. We're making them cascade down. We're going to put the rope behind the front one, or the top one, excuse me. And then we're going to put one on the bottom. And we're just going to do it to the other side. See? You probably have a better method of this, but this is the way I choose to do it. You know, Miss Eileen, I try to do things, and sometimes it's the hard way. That is my air conditioner going on. If you hear that in the background, it's like triple digits here today. It's so hot. And now we go to the third, and we do the same thing. Now you guys can see what I'm doing here, right? You see what we're doing. Make sure they're on there tightly because you want them to be able to hold the weight. I mean, those little squares are not heavy at all, but still, you don't want nothing to go nowhere, right? My goodness, guys, and that is it. We are done. Just putting some extra glue just for secure. Let it set for a little bit. And tell you guys, everything came from the Dollar Tree, but one of the ropes was from Walmart. But everything was from the Dollar Tree, and those 2 squares, like I said, are free at Home Depot. You cannot beat it. So there it is. With these 2 Dollar Tree frames, they're like little shadow boxes. They had black lettering on them, and I just removed that lettering with acetone polish remover. I'm using Waverly white chalk paint now, and I'm just painting the frame on the front of the frame, the sides, and I used a smaller paintbrush just to get the inner edges of the frames. You don't have to do the other side of the frame because you're not going to see it. Now I'm putting some Mod Podge all on one side of one of the frames that we painted. So now we're going to put some kosher salt right on top of that Mod Podge. And then we're going to spread it all around in there on top of that Mod Podge. I want to give it a frosty, snowy look. So we take the excess off. And then once that dries, I'm going to put another coat of the Mod Podge lightly so I can add a little bit of sparkle. I'm going to use a little bit of this Walmart blue. It's like a aqua blue glitter. And I don't put a lot. I just put a little bit here and there with some more kosher salt. Shake it off and let it dry. As it's drying, I flip it over and I'm going to glue some of these cute, beautiful ornament trees that I got from the Dollar Tree. And I put one flush to the bottom and one a little bit higher. So now I'm getting the other frame on the inside, and I just put a little bit of Mod Podge on the bottom with some kosher salt. Shook the excess off just to give it a frosty look on the inside and the bottom of that frame. So now I'm gluing an Ornament Reindeer from the Dollar Tree on top of those trees. I did put some glue with some kosher salt on the bottom of the deer's foot. I don't know, I was thinking of it looking like it's kicking up snow. You don't have to do that if you don't want. Now I'm getting these little wooden stars from the Dollar Tree. They're little wood star stickers. And I just took them and put some glue and put them right above on the tops of the trees. And you're going to see me put some hot glue right around that frame and turn that frame, put it right on top. And there we have it, our little reindeer shadow box. I'm getting this glitter ribbon, glitter bling ribbon from the Dollar Tree. And I'm not putting glue on the seam. I'm putting some more glue on each side of the seam to put my ribbon. Now after I do that, I put a little bit more Mod Podge on the back just to make sure none of it goes anywhere. Now I'm getting this glass candlestick holder. I got 3 of them from the Goodwill, but you can find some of these also at Dollar Tree. And I just glued it right on top. You can use E6000 if you like to have more stability. Now I'm using the tool from the Dollar Tree with some of that, I call it like a netting. It's from my onions. Yes, I save everything. I do save everything. And I cut a little piece of that and mixed it with, tied it together with my tool ribbon. Just tied a knot and put it on the bottom. I did add one of those wood Dollar Tree ornaments, and then I put some rope on it, like a twine rope for a bow. And I ended up gluing a battery pack lights on the back. And there you have it. It's so simple and it's so beautiful. You can begin by using these small, thin peppercini jars. And I'm going to cover it all with some Mod Podge. And then I start twirling it on a paper plate with some of that kosher salt. And then I'm going to start putting some glue drops. I put hot glue just streaming around down the side. Just kind of like if you're putting on a candle wax on those fake candles. So now what I'm doing is I got cotton balls after I was done with that. Soaked it in some of the Mod Podge. Yep, you get your hands dirty, so wear some gloves. But I love getting my hands dirty when I craft. I have fun. So I just put this cotton balls, I open them up, and then I just put them all around the edge of the rim of the jars. I'm trying to make it look like frost and snow built up along the top of the jar. Now what I'm doing is I clump some of the kosher salt with the Mod Podge, mixed it together, and started just putting it onto the cotton balls clumpy. After I did that, I put a little bit of the blue glitter from Walmart on there. Just a little bit, not a lot, just sprinkled a little bit. So now I'm getting the Waverly white chalk paint, and I am just lightly going over those glue drops that I've made. I just wanted them to look like the frost and the snow dripping down, like icicles. Make it look cold, like we're cold. Yeah. But it comes out so beautiful. Oh my goodness. I really had a lot of fun doing this project. So simple, easy, budget friendly. You're gonna love the way they turned out. So after I did that, I got the candlestick, and I got these candlesticks. I got 3 of them from the thrift store. And you can get the same effect by getting the Dollar Tree candlesticks, glass ones, and putting them on that also. So I glued them on top. Go ahead and use E6000 just for it to have some stability. I put hot glue, but you could put hot glue with some E6000. That's what I would recommend. Now I'm putting some of this lace I got from Walmart. I love this lace, and I just put it on the bottom of both jars. So now I'm getting the tulle from Dollar Tree, and I just wrapped it around my fingers, pinched it in the middle, wrapped it with some of that pipe cleaner. I cut the ends and then just fluffed it out. Then I just cut some of these twigs off with these little sprinkles. That's what I call them, from the Dollar Tree. Glued it on the top with the bow and on the bottom on the other candlestick. I did add some berries from the Dollar Tree and this Walmart rope twine. I absolutely love the way these came out. Another jar, but this time it's a pickle jar. I love reusing things that I have around my home. So now what I'm doing is I'm getting the Waverly white chalk paint, and I'm just going to paint that entire jar all the way up until the top of the rim. The whole entire jar. I did not do the bottom, but you can if you like. Like I always say, make it till you smile. So if your eyes are smiling when you paint the bottom, go for it. Paint that bottom. So it took me about 2-3 coats of the Waverly white chalk paint. Again, it's till your eyes are smiling, till you're happy with it. So now I'm putting some of that, I don't know if it's called fox snow, faux snow. Let me know what it's really called. I don't know. But I added this fake snow that I got from the Dollar Tree. It's like a little plastic iridescent snow. And oh my goodness, it's so beautiful. And I'm just patting it with the paint on there. And then just to give it a texture. And then I started sprinkling some more over that with the paint. And then see, I went over it again to give it more of a texture on there, and it sparkles really pretty in between the paint. And then you add a little bit more until, like I say, make it till you smile, until your eyes are happy. There we go. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some of that little bit of blue iridescent, it's like a blue iridescent glitter from Walmart, and I'm just sprinkling a little bit at a time where I want it with some of that kosher salt mixed with it. And I'm just putting that on the outside here and there. Again, until your eyes are smiling. Make it till you smile. I can't stress that enough. When everybody is creating something, it's always your own. It is your signature. It's so funny because we can all make the same thing and it's still going to come out with our love and touch to it. That's what I love about creating something. It becomes yours and your signature is on it. So I just keep sprinkling it around just until my eyes are happy and I am smiling. So now once that's dried, I come and get my glue. I get my glue, and I got that same lace ribbon from the Walmart. From Walmart, not the Walmart. From Walmart. And I just glued it right on the top of the rim of the jar. Sorry if you can hear cars in the background. It's a little noisy here today. So you just glue it right around. And I trimmed it. Put some glue so it stays. So beautiful. Look at that. Oh, so beautiful. So now I'm getting that same glam ribbon from the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to wrap it right around over the lace on the rim. See? And I did add some of that twine rope in front of the jar also. You can put candy canes, floral, whatever you like in this jar. It is absolutely gorgeous. Okay guys, we're going to start with our little round gift box. We're going to start putting some Mod Podge. That's what I did first on the gift box. If you are using a gift box, please use Mod Podge because the spackle wasn't sticking to the box itself. I needed something, a base coat for it to stick. Waverly white chalk paint, we're going to put some inside our spackle and stir it around just so we get a creamy white frosting. Because the spackle, when it's by itself, it does dry like a gray tone, and we don't want frosting gray tone. So we're just going to spread that around. You're going to see me get a little cup of water. So I would start off with a little cup of water beside you, just so you can mix, and I would dip my little butter knife in that cup and it would come out so creamy, like really easier to spread. So I would suggest doing that from the beginning. See, and it makes it so much more easier with the water. So I would just get spackle, put it on there, and then dip my little plastic butter knife and just start smoothing it out. If you don't want those lines, you don't have to use a butter knife. You could use whatever you want on there. But I just throw them away after I'm done with it. So I don't like to bother with all that sometimes. But there you see, I'm just dipping my knife, my little butter knife in there, and I dip it in the spackle and I just keep frosting. And that's all you do. Dollar Tree does carry these styrofoam blocks, and there's circles, and then there's some that are square. If you use any of those, you do not have to use the Mod Podge process. The spackle sticks nicely to those. And now I'm sprinkling some of that fake iridescent snow. You can put glitter on there if you like. If you don't want to do the white snow, you could do gold or silver glitter. It would look just as pretty. I put my rose in there. Everything I'm doing is while it's wet, because when this dries, it dries really hard and nothing goes anywhere. So you don't even have to glue it down. So that's nice. Now I'm getting the caulk stuff, I don't know, it's caulking, and I'm just swirling it around. Nothing pretty, just swirling it around in there. And these little, I used the large pearls. They're from the Dollar Tree. They carry these. You can find them in the floral section, in the craft section. And I used the large pearl beads. And I just put them right in there around the rose. Again, I didn't glue them because they once it dries, they're in there. And now I'm using blue food coloring. It's blue food coloring. You can use paint, whatever you have, paint or the food coloring. And I just mixed it in with some water. And I got that butter knife, and all I did was just dip it and let drops of the water just fall right down the edge, right down the sides. I wanted it to look like an airbrush I was going for, or, you know, like a drip airbrush. That's what I'm trying to do. I am not a baker, cake designer, so it's probably not, some people are probably going to look at this and go, oh my gosh. But hey, have at it. That's what this is about, is having fun and you crafting and smiling at what you're making, right? That's what's fun about crafting. We make it till we smile, till what your eyes are happy with. I'm telling you, I had fun doing it. And to me, they come out so beautiful when they're dry and all done. Oh, I love it. So now I'm getting the white Waverly chalk paint, and I put it with some water and stirred it. And I'm doing the same process as I did the blue. I just went all the way around and just went to the edges and on top and let it just drip on there. Now I'm going to move the cake onto a piece of cardboard. I put it on a wax paper because it was easy to turn and, you know, maneuver. But I didn't want it to sit in the water, so I put it on a piece of cardboard while it dried. And now I'm just putting some ribbon that I got from the Dollar Tree. I love this ribbon. I'm really into this ribbon right now. It's so cute. And I just put it on the bottom of the cake for my red, white, and blue. I added some baby's breath. I just cut from my flower arrangements that I have in my home, the little baby's breath. And I got those from Walmart. And then the stars was from an old Christmas wreath I had. But you can use gold pipe cleaners and glue stars on them and do the same thing, and it looked just as cute. Now I'm just getting this orange, I don't know, what do you want to call it, ice cream cup I got at the Dollar Tree. And I am painting it with the white Waverly chalk paint. And I just do the inner side right there on the top. And I'm putting it all around just for a base coat. It doesn't have to be completely covered because it's just a base coat. Try to calm that orange down a little. And now I'm going to use my apple barrel brown. And I'm just going to paint over that white Waverly paint. And if you have spray paint, brown spray paint, I would go that route. It would probably be easier because, I don't know, to me it was a lot of, I think a brown, just put it this way, I think a brown spray paint would probably cover it better. But I mean, this did work. It did work doing it this way also. You know, I do crafting by budget and what I have on hand. So that's the process I did. Now this paper I got from the Dollar Tree. You know when they wrap your glassware, when you buy glassware and they wrap it up in that brown paper towels? I've had this stuff forever and I always save it. And that's what I used. You can use paper bags. You can use packing paper, same process. You twirl it around, See how I twisted it, twirled it around, and then now I just put glue, and you're just going to spin it around over each other like when you make the flowers or a snail. You know how a snail shell looks? You're just going to swirl it around each other. You glue it, and then you're going to press on it in the middle, on the bottom, in the middle. Press up just to give it like a little bump up, to make it bump up a little. And that's our ice cream. Cotton balls, I know, you guys, my hands look terrible. I get lost in my crafting zone, and I never realize what my hands look like until I look at this. And I was like, woo, aren't those lovely? But yeah, I get lost, like I said, in my crafting zone. So now we're just going to put some Mod Podge on the top of our ice cream. I'm calling it our ice cream because that's what it is. I love chocolate Rocky Road ice cream. So that's what I'm basically making, is chocolate ice cream. So anyway, you use generous amount of your Mod Podge. Yeah, if I put that, if you don't like your hands dirty on this part right here, just wear gloves, because this one is squishy. I find it therapeutic. I find it relaxing. Just soak it on into the cotton balls, and you start rearranging. I mean, this method I think is the best. I know it's a lot of, messiness, but I'm telling you, it looks like whipped cream once it's dry. And you just keep opening up cotton balls and placing them on top. And then you use a generous amount of Mod Podge, and you just build it up to the way you want it to look. Yeah, I know, my hands. It's probably driving you guys nuts looking at my hands. I'm so sorry to those who are not happy with my hands. But I get lost in my crafting, and I just start doing everything with it. Just like, don't even pay attention. So now I put my little, that's like a little, what do you call it? Puff ball I put up there for a cherry. You get those at the Dollar Tree. And I got my straws at the Dollar Tree. Just cut a little piece of it and put my straw in there. Put a little bit of glue on the tip, and it stays. And I Mod Podged my whole cup. You don't have to. That is preference. If you want to, you can do it. If not, you don't have to. Now, this ribbon I got at Walmart. And I just fold it over. See, I'm just making simple ribbons. I fold it over. And then I got the piece of that smaller ribbon that I got at the Dollar Tree. Tied it in the middle. Fixed it the way I want it to sit. And then I put little ducktails on it. And I glued it right in front of the cups. If that was loud, I'm sorry. That was paper. So now I just glue it right in the front. Yay, I'm really liking these. They're so cute. I don't know, it just reminds me of summer, sweet, 4th of July, and I like the little sundae, the little shake sundae. It's a shake. It's a chocolate shake. And they're so cute and refreshed looking. So cute. Now I'm just gluing the same ribbon, the smaller ribbon from the Dollar Tree. I'm just wrapping it on the bottom. And voila, we are done, guys. I hope you enjoyed these 2 projects we made today. Guys, I'm going to start by getting this ice cream bucket that I painted. I was going for a galvanized look. I still got to put my burnt umber apple barrel acrylic paint on there. But I'm putting the rope, I tied it on each end, and I left a little bit hanging so I can put some hot glue where the handle was to that ice cream bucket. I slid the excess rope in that little notch, held it for a couple seconds, and boom, there it is. Voila, it is on there. I just flipped it around and did the same thing on the other side. See, I pushed it right in there, pulled it out, and then glued it, and it holds really nice. It kind of looks like it was naturally there, right? Yay! Sorry, I did not show myself doing the apple barrel burnt umber brown paint on there, the acrylic paint. But I just sponged it, dry brushed it here and there in different spots. So here I'm just putting some holes on the top around the bucket. So it's a really neat little trick. And you put the holes and you can just put your flowers in there and they don't go nowhere. So you don't have to use a styrofoam or anything. I don't put a hole in the middle because I usually put something on top and then put flowers around. So now I'm getting, look at this, trash to treasures, guys, right? I got my instant coffee. That's what I drink, instant coffee. And I saved the jars. They're plastic. And I thought, I'm going to make something out of these. So I got a pair of old jeans my son had. And he's like, I don't want these anymore. So I was like, give them to me. I washed them. And I tore them into strips. Yep, tore them into strips. And thought, you know what? I'm going to glue it around. I want it to have this little country look, what I'm doing today. I got this burlap ribbon from the Dollar Tree. And I thought, well, I'm just going to glue that on top of the jeans. The jean strip. Careful, because it is hot. It goes right through that and it burns, so be careful. See, ouch, it burns. Be careful. There you go. So now that I have that, you're not going to see that little glue spot in the middle because I'm adding one more ribbon right in the center of that burlap. I just put one dot in the front, one dot, I believe, on the back, and that's it. I trim it, fold it over a little bit. I always fold them over a little bit when I put the last of my ribbon, so it has like a clean seam on there. And I try to keep them all together, the seam, see? Now I got a little piece of the jeans and I just tied it in a knot, just like a little scrap piece. Tied it in a knot and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to glue that right in the center. And to finish it off, these buttons from the Dollar Tree, I picked the medium-sized ones and put it right in the middle of the jean knot. It's pretty nice. You get assortment of buttons, tons of them, different sizes, different colors. You don't know what you get, but you just get. And I love them. So now I'm using the nautical rope, also from the Dollar Tree. And I'm just going to glue it right around the top. So you just keep making sure you go around the top. And I put some excess glue where the rope ends just so it don't fray and, unravel. And it seems to glue and harden really nice for me. So that's just the method I use. I made 2 of those. Now I'm using that same ribbon I centered in around the burlap ribbon on those jars, and I'm going to make napkin holders, napkin rings, holders. I don't know what you call it when it's made out of ribbon. But I just got these little Velcro buttons from the Dollar Tree, of course. Put them on each end, and I can just pop them open, close whenever I want. Easy as that, guys. I did burn the edges of my ribbon just so, again, it don't unravel. And I kind of liked the way it looked. It kind of gave it more of a country look. I don't know. That to me, that's what I seen. So it worked for me. I got some buttons and I put the buttons right in the center of those napkin ribbons, rings, whatever you call it. But I did that so it matches my jar that I made. And each button is different. They're around the same sizes that I picked. See that? But they're all different, and I love that. Just like us, right? We're all different, but we're the same, people. Yes, we are. So now, you know what? I got to clean my mess. I had a sweep and mop, because I had to clean my mess. Put my table back, and here we go. I'm putting my mats down, my table mats, and I got those from BB Craft. If you've seen my unboxing for that, thank you. I'm going to be using them and showing you many uses of those. You can use them for all kinds of things. So when I was doing this galvanized tablescape, I thought, you know what, why not use them? That's my chicken from my mom. She loved chickens. So I would get all my chickens from her. Those jars are from the Dollar Tree. Most of the items I've either made Dollar Tree or if I spent anything on it, it's just to use them for many different things. The candles even came from the Dollar Tree, guys. So cute candles. So I put the little balls in the jars and I just put it in there. Use those from the 99-cent store. My little boxwood balls. And then I just got some sunflowers I have in my floral stash there. Some more different size balls and put them on there. Those wicker balls. Love those things. Do you see where I'm going with all this? My galvanized tablescape. I did put some of that acrylic paint on the rope also, if you can tell. I wanted it to look dingy, you know. So I'm just, you could fill up the jar with some rocks and put them, when you put your floral in there, but I just left it by itself just to give it some weight, but I haven't had a problem with it. It's still sitting on my table and hasn't failed. So I'm putting my fern in there because I love the fern then I got that at Walmart, and I'm just putting that in one side. And then I put the other one on the other. I love these. I don't know what they're called. I should have looked better. But I got those at Walmart also, and I love the way they hang. Love it. I don't know. I try to let things just fall naturally. And if I mess with it and play with it, I just lift it and let it fall. And where it lands, kind of. I like things to look natural when it comes to my floral. I just cut those apart from the Dollar Tree flowers and just put them in there. I wanted them to, make those table mats, those place mats pop a little more. the trim. It matches the trim, so you kind of, it all matches in there. Now there's my galvanized chargers. Got the 99-cent store. I put my forever swirly plates from the Dollar Tree and my sunflower bowl and plate, salad plate. Love those. Love them, love them, love them. So here we go with my little napkin rings. I should have made them a little tighter, but I didn't because I wanted it to have room if I want to fluff them out or add some more, or, you know, give it some room. Mikasa, I don't know, have you ever heard of that? Mikasa crystal glasses. Those were my mother's, and I absolutely love them. Beautiful, beautiful. So it kind of makes it country, but yet it makes it elegant, right? What do you think? I'm so happy with this tablescape. I really am proud of myself. Very country, but yet it looks, to me, elegant. I love the different colors in my chicken. And I just used a plain Walmart, what do you call it? Vinyl tablecloth with the matting in the back. And I just used that. And look at that. Budget friendly, making it look gorgeous, easy. Yeah, I love these. And it's so easy to just wipe down and clean. I do love my cloth tablecloths, but when it's quick, I love these. The jars match my chairs. I love it kind of dark. So my wrought iron, it pops the wrought iron out. And I absolutely love this tablescape. You tell me what you think. Comment, let me know what's your favorite on this table. Oh, that galvanized, I guess, milk jug. I don't know what you call those. I got that at Kohl's. I've had that for a while now. But there's my jars. It ties in with the table mat or the placemats. Galvanized. Put my chicken on top. And see, I just put the flowers inside those holes and they stay nice in there. I don't know, I'm really happy with it. Okay, we're going to start by taking off this tag. We don't need that. Well, you know what? I do use it later on. So we get these flag napkins. I've been using these a lot. Got this at the Dollar Tree. And I just cut out the part where it has the stars, pressed on the door with my fingers along the edges. And it really shows really nice the pattern of the door on the napkin. So I just get that with the pattern and cut the shape of the door. I would use that same process for the rims. It makes it a lot quicker and easier. Now I'm just painting it, the truck, red. I used the Waverly chalk crimson paint, the red. I don't know, I think they should have called it brick because to me it's a brick color. Hint, please do not paint your door red. Please paint your door and your rims white. That is very important. Learn from my mistake. I had to take it apart and do it again. Now I'm using the Apple Barrel Black paint, acrylic paint from Walmart, and I'm just painting my tires. Don't forget your size. I can't stress that enough, guys. Let's make it look finished and complete. I got the sponge circle brush and I dipped the end of the handle and just circled it around and made little hubcaps. And then with the Waverly white chalk paint, I just got a paintbrush and put little lines around, so just to give it, like if it's in motion. I don't know, that's how I viewed it. Now we're gonna paint, don't forget the white door, not red. We're gonna put some Mod Podge on our door and on the rims. Make sure you get the edges really good and inside the window. It's a 2-ply napkin, so make sure you take that white piece off, the second piece to the napkin. And then we're just going to press it right down onto the door, and make sure you press on the edges. See how I press? Make sure to go all around the edges. Really nice. And I'm going to put Mod Podge right on the rims. Man, I got my air conditioner going off and on. Sorry guys, it is hot today, so my air keeps kicking off and on. So, see, you could do it the other way like I did the door, or you could do it the hard way like Miss Eileen always chooses, the hard way. And I just took pieces of that and pressed it down after I put the Mod Podge and let it dry. But I could have did it the way I did the door, which I should have. So I think you guys should do it that way. I mean, it's up to you. You can do it this way too. It works just as good. So I got my scissors and poked through that window, and as I did that, I was just going around with my finger and with the scissors and fixing that window, making sure it's, you know, flushed and nice looking. And then I got the scissors, the tip of it, and went along the edges with for the door handle. Or you'll see on the truck there's like a little indent on the door handle, and I just used the tip of the scissors and see the door handle. Yay! Now I'm letting that dry. Now after it dries, I get some more Mod Podge and put it right on top of just the rim part. I'm going to do that for the rims and for the door. See the door? I had to peel all that back up. How I didn't paint it, that's why I said paint it white so your stars show out more. I mean, if you want the more darker rustic look, you can leave it like this and do this with the red underneath it, but I wanted the stars to stand out some more, so I retook that off and redid it so the stars were more bright. Oh, now this I got from Big Lots. It was on clearance. It was a Christmas wreath, and I've been using the heck out of the stars for this. Well, you can use pipe cleaners and like the gold pipe cleaner, the glittery pipe cleaner, with the table scatters that Dollar Tree have, and it'll work just as good. It'll be this. It has the same look. And I just started gluing them onto the tree, and I'm using that tree for a base to hold everything so I can glue it down. And you just keep building the stars up the way you like till your eyes are smiling and you're happy with it. Now I got my scissors and I went around the edges and I just, run it through so I can peel up, it takes it off really good, the excess napkin. But you can also use a sandpaper block or sandpaper. Dollar Tree carries that stuff. I don't know why I didn't, like I'm telling you, I did things the hard way. But I mean, it works. But yeah, sandpaper it. So this string I got from Target during February, I believe, or December. It was during Christmas or Valentine's at Target. I got this ribbon or string, and it reminded me of stripes. So I pulled that out of my stash and thought I would use this also. And it kind of put it, hides the tree a little, kind of hid some of the tree, in some of the spots where the tree, where you could see it. So I thought, well, I'm going to put these in there, little bows, and they look like stripes, like on a, flag. So you just play with it. See how I play with it? And you just see, like what I said, until your eyes smile. Now these pearls, I get the big pearls. They're from the Dollar Tree, and I always have this in my stash. When I do see the pearls at my Dollar Tree, I'm one of these people that grab like 4 packs. Yes, I'm guilty of that. I grab about 4 packs of those and keep them in my jars. I really like the different sizes. And I just put those in within the stars just to give it some, you know, character. I like using the pearls. I think it livens it up. I guess that's kind of like the glitz and glitter in me, right? So I'm just gluing them again in different spots all over. Now I got the brown paint, apple barrel paint, any brown. I think that one was chocolate brown. And all I'm doing is dry brushing, just dry brushing the whole thing. I want the truck to look like it's rustic, you know. It's a country truck, it's from a farm. And I got the white chalk paint and did the same thing. And I was just going back and forth with the white and the brown. Don't forget, too much white, you put some more brown. If it's too brown, then you put some more white. I always say if it's too dark, put some more light. If it's too light, put some more dark until you are happy. And now I was happy with that. So this here is a wreath. Of course, we all seen these. These are at the Dollar Tree. I keep a bunch of these in my stash. So I thought, well, you know what? I'm going to grab one of these and use it today because I have a lot of them. And I used this ribbon that I had left over from Christmas. I had made a gingerbread wreath with it, and this is what I had left over. I had some of the spools left. And I thought, well, you know what? I'm going to use this. That's why they're like pieces. And I just glued them around the wreath with what I had. And be careful you don't burn your fingers, guys, because this burlap ribbon, this hot glue goes right through it. Ouch. Yeah. So I use that tag. Remember I said I'm going to use that tag for later? Well, that tag I used to press down the hot glue. I glue both sides of the truck onto the wreath. Press down firmly. Let it dry. And now I'm making a bow. You just snip the two ends. You wrap it around, snip the two ends. Use the red pipe cleaner and just pinch it and twist it right in the middle. And I'm going to get the leftover bow ribbon that I have left of this ribbon. I didn't have very much of it, but I love this ribbon. And I did the 2 snips on each side in the middle, pinch it, put it in front of the other ribbon, get the pipe cleaner and twist it around that one. I am not a bow expert, guys. I've been crafting for years, and for some reason I'm still not a pro. But I do try. So you just twist it, the pipe cleaner, and then fluff it out. And then I just got the pipe cleaner and twist it. And I don't use no hot glue. I just twist it on to the wreath. And I do it tightly, you know, twist it, and it goes nowhere. Pretty good, right? Trim that excess off, and there you go. Ducktail each end of the ribbon. And now these flowers I had left over from a project I had did in October. No, it was October. I did a altar for my loved ones, and I used these flowers. So I had them saved still in my stash, and I pulled these out and thought, you know what? These will look really pretty with the roses and the carnations. And I added little white flowers in there also. So pretty. Oh, I wish I had geraniums. They would have looked really pretty. Geraniums with the big green leaves. Oh gosh, that would have looked really pretty too. And what I love about this styrofoam wreath is you don't have to glue it. You just push your stems right into the wreath and they stay. You want to change your flowers out? You can. You want to change the ribbon? You can. So I'm looking at it and I'm like, well, it needs a little more. I found this ribbon, these 2 pieces. Yeah, they're 2 pieces. And I found those in my stash. They were left over from last year. And I think Walmart has it again. Got them at Walmart. They usually carry that pattern. And I only had 2 pieces, and I just folded them over, glued them, and put them right inside where behind the ribbon, the red ribbon. And this ribbon I got from the Dollar Tree just after Christmas, and I've been wanting to use it, and I hadn't used it, and this was the perfect opportunity. It matched the red truck, and I just was so excited when I ran into this. I was like, oh yeah, I have this ribbon. I'm going to use this. I'll put this on there too. And I just ducktailed the end and put it right in the middle of the red checkered ribbon. I thought it went perfectly. I used also, I'm sorry, yeah, see my hands? I'm frustrated. I was so mad. I was here doing this, and then I noticed my camera wasn't recording, and I was like, oh my goodness, no. Well, you guys get it. I cut it, this windmill welcome sign from the Dollar Tree I have like 3 of these things just in my stash, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to use it. I got my wire cutters. My husband cut them. My handsome devil cut it for me, and I glued it on the top, and then I put that rope around it. You can use Dollar Tree nautical rope, but I like this rope from Walmart. This is where I get it, and you can tell it's just a little bit left. I usually get a big spool of it, and when I have just little pieces, I just wrap them around like extra ribbons and things. I wrap it around empty spools of, that. I just wrap it around there, and it makes it easier to keep where they're not tangled everywhere. So anyway, I just got a little piece of that, and I'm using that so I can hang my wreath up. I put a lot of glue. I'm generous with that glue. So it stays. It don't go nowhere. It hardens, and won't fall off. Because it does get hot where I live, and I don't want the glue to soften up that easy, So I got my white paint pen. I love paint pens. I love them, love them, love them. And I get mine at Walmart. And I just outlined my truck, and I put a little hood on it. I put a light, and I just went around the edges with it on my door and the rims, the whole truck. I don't know. I just thought it'd give it some, lines. Look at that. Yay! And I am done. I hope you guys like it. And this is all stuff that I just had in my stash. Guys, we're going to start by removing this heart. We're using these 3 frames I got at Dollar Tree in last year, February. Well, it's not last year, but in February. I had them forever there, sitting, it seemed like. And I'm going to make a 3-tiered tray for you guys today, Crafty Leanie style. Yep. So we're going to use the Waverly White Chalk paint, and we're going to do the sides, the inside, the back, the whole thing on all 3. Now I'm getting the black apple barrel acrylic paint, and I have this square little sponge, and I'm just going to go back and forth, up and down. If you don't have a little square sponge, all you got to do is go with the ruler all the way down the middle, make some lines. After that, you're going to put every other box into a checkerboard. And we're going to do that all the way around. I used the same acrylic black paint and did the inside and the sides of that frame. I'm going to get this gold paint, and I'm just going to go all the way around the sides on the edges. And I did that, yeah, I did 3 coats of that. I wanted it to be very shiny, deep gold. So now I'm using the crimson, red, and Waverly, the Waverly chalk paint, and I'm just going to do all 4 sides with that on one of the square frames. I'm going to set that aside, let it dry, and after it dried, I went in with the black paint, the same apple barrel acrylic paint, and I just did the inside of that one. And on the other box frame, I just painted it on the back, around the sides. And on the edge, I did on the edge. Oh, let me get that spot I missed. There we go. Okay. And then I'm getting that gold paint, and I'm going to go right on the edge on the top. And there we go. After it all dried, I went and got painter's tape, and I put the painter's tape right there. I don't measure anything. I know, smack my hands. I say it all the time. I just eyeball it, and I just do it that way for some reason. I'm not perfectionist. I don't have to have all my lines perfectly straight, but if you want that, go for it. By all means, have at it. I went and I mean, it is yours, right? You do too, and your eyes are smiling. So now I'm using the Waverly White Chalk paint, and I'm just brushing it right where you see no tape. And I'm using the Waverly White Chalk paint with one of those stencil brushes from the Dollar Tree, which I absolutely love those paint brushes for some reason. Remove the tape, and there we have it. Oh, you could even leave it like this, and it looks so pretty. I'm going to do the same thing to the long frame. I'm going to call them my trays now, because that's what we're making, our trays. I put tape, as you can see, on the sides also, so I wouldn't get the white on the sides. And it took, I did like 2 coats, I think. 2-3 coats. I'm not too sure on there. 3 coats. I believe I did 3 coats. I started removing the tape after I was done with this on the sides. And then I figured, you know what, I'm going to let it dry all the way before I take it completely off, because I didn't want it to really bleed all over the place. But if it does, hey, we can touch it up, right? So now I'm using these little circular small sponge, and I get these at Walmart, and I get them at Dollar Tree. I just buy a bunch of them when I go, and I always, every time I go to those places, I buy me a pack just so I have them on hand. And I just push down, circle, turn it a little, and it makes a complete circle. Now I'm getting my gold. Oh, I love this. My gold paint pen. You guys know I love my gold paint pen. And I'm just going right on the outside of each black circle with my gold paint pen. It's like a fancy ladybug. And then I put little dots. I did add some little dots in between those circles. See the little dots? Now I'm doing the same with using the same paint pen. I am now outlining my black stripes or black squares, stripes, squares, whatever, however your eyes see them. But I'm outlining them with the gold pen. And I did go with the gold pen on each four corners and put it on the corners and ran it down so each square has, well, I did it on all of them. I sound confusing, I'm sorry. But I did it on all of them, and I just put it so you can have gold coming down each corner. There we go, Folk Art Pure Gold. And I am going to dry brush now my trays with the gold. You don't have to do this with the gold. You could have just left it the way it is. Could leave it just the way it is. But I wanted to make it look vintage, antique-y kind of. So I wanted to have some of that gold dry brushing on the inside and outside of the trays. I did it with black, and then I got some white and did the same thing, dry brushing. And I'm doing the same process on this square tray, the square tray. Got some gold, dry brushed, then I did with the black, dry brushed, and then I did with the white. And don't be afraid to do this. If you put too much black, you add a little more white, and if it's too white, then you add a little more black. You just keep building until your eyes are happy with it. Like, that's why I came up with make it till you smile, because when our eyes see something and we're doing this and we're like, okay, I like the way that looks, I'm stopping there. That's what crafting's about. So now I'm getting, see how I add the black, and then after I'm dry brushing with that black, if it's too dark on some spots, I go with the white and just go right over it. Lightly, I just dry brushing. Remember, it's dry brushing. We're not painting it fully, we're dry brushing. So more gold. And now I'm going to add some more white. See how it lightens it up? And there you have it. I am happy. My eyes were smiling, so I stopped. Oh, I love it. It is so pretty in person, the way the gold shimmers on that. You could tell I like it because I'm looking at it like, oh, I love this. So now I'm Mod Podging the inside. I'm going to Mod Podge each square. And I'm adding in some, it's called scrapbook paper. I just have these laying around. And I thought, I got it from Walmart in a little pack of scrap paper. And I like that this one had polka dots. So I did polka dots in that one, and in the other tray I did kind of like a square diamond paper, and I just Mod Podged it inside each one. I put Mod Podge down, put it down, and then I'm going to Mod Podge on top of that. So here I am Mod Podging the bottom rectangle tray. I can't talk. Ah! Please don't give up on me. I can't talk. But anyway, yes, I went and I put some Mod Podge, and I'm using this decal I got from Walmart during spring last time. And you know, you just have to work with it. If you don't have these, you can draw, paint, more scrapbook paper, print it out, or you can leave as is. You don't have to put a flower in there. But that's where I got this. It was a decal from Walmart, and I just thought it looks, you know what, you could even use wrapping paper, guys. Yeah, I've done that. Cut out flowers from a wrapping paper and added Mod Podge to it. So now I'm just doing the whole thing now with Mod Podge. I don't know if you guys ever do this, but I do it all the time. I do something, I think I'm done, and then I look at it and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to add this to it. I do that all the time. Yeah. And I did that right here. I Mod Podged the whole thing, and then I looked at it and I'm like, you know what? I want to add some gold to those flowers, and I want to put some gold lines where my black stripes are. So I got my gold pen and did that exact thing. I started putting some gold on the leaves and around the flowers here and there, the petals, and on the black stripes. And I went and did that. So don't feel anything's too late. You can always add things when you're making something. You can always go back and add something else to it. If you look at it and you think, I'm gonna do this to it, go for it. Because I do it all the time. So I have my Mod Podge waiting in the middle there, and this paint pen dried really quick on the flowers and the stripes. So now I'm getting the Mod Podge and I'm just going to finish it off by putting it right over the gold. I'm pressing it down, making sure it gets all the edges and the bubbles out, making sure it's nice and even. And there you have it. Oh, see the gold in that? So pretty, livened it up. So now I'm Mod Podging the sides and then the inside of my squares. And these are little pieces. Like I said, I would cut wrapping paper, and I cut scrap paper, like for scrapbooking, and I just cut I believe these were from scrap paper. And I just cut the flowers out and just put it right in the center of each box. If you don't want your scrap paper to wrinkle and get those wrinkles, add your Mod Podge, let it dry, and then put a light coat of Mod Podge. For me, I wanted it to be a little wrinkled. It don't bother me because I wanted this tray to kind of look vintage, like kind of antique-ish. So I wanted it to look, you know, I was going for that look, and I was happy with that. Oh, came out so pretty. And I did add some gold to those flowers also, like I did the bottom one. or bottom tray. Yeah, rectangle. Now I'm getting, I know everybody uses these, but hey, you gotta love them, right? I love these candlesticks. You can use them for all kinds and many things. So now I was gonna spray paint them black, but then I decided, you know what? I'm gonna leave them clear. I don't know, I really liked them clear. It just did it for me. Made it to me look fancier, I guess. So I'm using my E6000, and then I'm gonna put some hot glue right on top of that. And I like doing that because the hot glue kind of makes it stick and stay in place, you know, instantly. And then it gives the E6000 time to dry nice. And then it gets that really, you know, bond. Yeah, a good bond. So I just pressed some pressure down on that. And yes, I know, I was gonna do, yeah, I know, I'm cleaning the excess off with my finger. Oh well, we're washing our hands a lot these days, so it's okay. But I was gonna put this candlestick flushed to the other one, but I ended up going and doing it different. Yes, I know. I did the same process with the glue, put it in the center upside down into the other candlestick because I thought, if I ever want to put it on my vanity, I can put rings right in that lip there. Yeah, you can put your rings. It probably fit a couple of rings around there. Really cute. Bracelets in one, earrings in another, necklace on one, or your brush and comb. Yeah, but I visualize if I ever want to put it on my vanity, I can put my rings on there. So now I'm just gluing that right on top. And I'm going to do the same process with the E6000 and the hot glue. And we're going to place this right in the opposite corner of the other candlestick. The same process we did to the other box tray, we're going to do here. We're going to add the E6000 and the hot glue and add our other tray. And you could add it straight if you like to match the other square. But, you know, Miss Crafty Leanie here, I went and I put it on a angle just to give it a different look. Like one's facing you, one long, and then that one twisted. Yeah. And I really liked the way that looked. So I was going to leave the tray the way it is, but I wanted to add some feet to it. I ended up thinking, So I had these leftover tumbler blocks from Dollar Tree, and I thought I'm going to use these for feet. So I painted them gold to match the sides, and I'm going to place it right on the bottom of that tray. So if you want to add feet to your tray, please do so before you add everything. You know, I don't know, guys. When I craft, my mind goes and it just sees something and I just start giving into that and go as I go. I know, and I'm taking you along with me, right? Now I'm just adding those gold little feet to each corner. And, you know, I was really happy with that. I'm so glad I added feet to it because it really finished it. It made it look so cute. Oh, and it matched those sides with all the gold. See my little feet? So now I'm going to put some gold right on the edge with my gold paint pen of that upside down candlestick. I just run around the edge. There's like a little lip. When you see your candlestick, it's a little lip on the bottom. And I just went over it about, a couple times. I think it was like 3 or 4 times because I wanted it to stand out and be really gold. I mean, I could have painted it with acrylic paint, but I used the painter's pen. It was just easier for me that way. And went along all the edges. But that's it, guys. It's all done. Voila, I'm so happy my vision came to life. I love it. I am going to use this. Like I said, you guys can use this for a vanity, centerpiece. I'm using it for my beverage bar, coffee bar, tea bar. I don't know. That's what I usually call it to my kids. Go to the beverage bar. And it matches my top hat, my bunny. I'm just loving this. I love it, love it, love it. It's Tim Burton, Mackenzie Childs kind of feel. And it's just so whimsical. It's so me. I put some little candy cane flowers in there. Okay, guys. Well, that's it. My coffee bar, beverage bar. I usually keep my little teas, flavored tea, and my cinnamon. My little cocoa mixes. I'll put different flavor of cocos in my coffees sometimes in the morning. And yes, I use instant, which I need to get more of. I'll put my creamers and sugar in the canisters and quick oats I like to add in my coffee. Just 2 teaspoons. I don't know if you've ever done that. So yummy. There's my tea in that little canister right there. I'll put tea. I don't know. I just love having everything up here. I hope you guys enjoyed. And if so, please don't forget, give me that thumbs up. I do appreciate that so much. It was my pleasure crafting with you today. Till next time, guys. Bye. Okay, we're going to start by sanding this kitty cat down. Well, the whole thing. I'm going to do the whole thing. The roof. I have to do the house. And the roof. Make sure that it's a little rough. Rough it out a little just so when I do paint it, it sticks better. So we're going to do the whole entire thing. I got this kitty cat birdhouse from my husband's grandmother, and she surprised us with our Christmas gifts, and she had put this in there and left a note and said, see what Eileen can do with this. I really would like her to have it. So when my husband had called her and told her, sure, see what we can do, she gave us the story background to it that this was the very last birdhouse woodwork that his grandfather was in the middle of doing before he had passed. He would make birdhouses and things out of wood, his hobby, and he didn't get to finish this one. So I was really happy when she did give it to me. My kids didn't want me to change Grandpa's stuff. They kept saying, no, leave it. You know, their great-grandfather, that was the last thing, you know, he did. And they were like, you're not going to change it, Mom. And I was like, no. And I had it there forever, you know, well, not forever, but for about a year I've had it. And when I seen this Home Tweet Home collab, I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to beautiful. Oh, I can't say that word. Make it purtiful. There. I was going to make it purtiful so I can display it in my house and still give it a beautiful story, tell the story about it. And I don't know, I think he would want me to do this. Make it where we're smiling when we look at it and know that he wanted me to have it, I think. I'm just that way. But I did use the Apple Barrel black paint for my cat. I'm going to do it a black cat. And I was really inspired by, I'm a big Tim Burton fan. If you all know me and you looked at my past videos, you know I love Tim Burton and I love anything fantasy and whimsical. Yes, that's my love. And so I was inspired by Alice in Wonderland type deal and Tim Burton, and that's what my inspiration was for this. I'm not going to torture you by showing you every little bit I've done. I did paint with the Waverly chalk paint, the red, and I used the white marker paint pens from Walmart along with the gold marker paint pens and the black marker paint pens. That was a challenge. I ran out of the gold and I ran out of the black paint pen. Went on the search to find it, and I'm not supposed to go out, but I did venture out trying to find a black marker pen and I could not find them. Oh, so frustrating. So that's okay. I got the heart from the Dollar Tree I've had, and I just put a little swirly K for our last name, and I put a ribbon that I got from Walmart with the stripes because, you know, Tim Burton, and polka dots and white because of the polka dots I put on the birdhouse. I am not a complete perfectionist when it comes to making my checkerboards, but if you ever look at Tim Burton's work, it's so unique, and that's what I loved about my birdhouse. It reminded me of, it's what I was going for. I hope you guys like this. I really had a blast making it, and it's so beautiful in person. Oh my goodness. So whimsy looking. Love it. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this. If so, please give me a thumbs up. Leave me a comment below. Don't forget, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe and hit that bell. It'll notify you every time I upload a new video. Yes, it will. That's what I always say. And what's the other thing I always say? Hey, keep on crafting. Make it till you smile, right? Hi guys, we're going to begin by removing that stem and tag from this cute pumpkin from the Dollar Tree. I'm using a small box cutter to make a little hole right in the center and top of that pumpkin. Now I'm mixing pink, harvest orange, and an ivory apple barrel acrylic paint, mixed it together and painted this plastic ornament from the Dollar Tree. And it took about 2 coats of this. So now I'm using that same harvest orange, and I'm going to paint the whole pumpkin with harvest orange. Oh, and I did mix some Waverly white chalk paint with it, just to give it some, lighten up that orange a little so it won't be so bright. And I just did the whole pumpkin. Now I'm using this little copper brown penny color. I will leave all my paints I used inside my description so you can see exactly what I had used. And I just used that to go on the crevices of the pumpkin. And I didn't wait for my pumpkin to dry when I did this process. I did it all while the paint's drying, and I mixed all my colors in. I like the way it blends when you do that. So after my ornament dried, I got my black painter's pen and I made little swirls on the top of the head, 2 little eyebrows, just do a C-shaped nose, 2 dot eyes, and a little smile. Well, big smile. It's Charlie Brown. He has a beautiful big smile, right? Now that that's done, I got some black paint with a fine little brush and made little C shapes for his ears. And there you have it. There's my little Charlie Brown with his beautiful smile and his wonderful curls. Look at that, how cute. Now the pumpkin, I'm doing the eyes and the mouth with my black paint marker pen. And I followed along my CD case of It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. I wanted him to look exactly like the Great Pumpkin. Very simple, just followed along. I outlined it and then I went back and painted it. So much fun, so cute. And there you have it. Now I'm just using that same paint marker and I'm putting little lines where the lines are on the pumpkin. So I'm using the yellow paint, apple barrel paint, and a small brush. And I'm just going to fill in those little areas where I boxed it. I'm saying boxed it, just so my pumpkin has a glow. And then I'm getting the black flat paint, apple barrel paint, and I'm just putting it right in the eyes and in the mouth. And I outlined the back so it has a little bit darker lines in the back. And you know me, I love my Mod Podge. I just Mod Podge the whole entire pumpkin. And I do this step also to the Charlie Brown head. Now this is stick here. I got this at the 99 cents only store, and the small one came from the Dollar Tree. If you don't have a 99 cents only store, Dollar Tree does carry the little ones, or you can make it with popsicle sticks also. Now with my white painter's pen, I just put It's a Great Pumpkin. So now I'm just using this. It's like a copper color, penny color. It's brown, has gold in it, like specks of gold and copper, really pretty shimmer. And I love using this paint. It looks like a penny. Very fall and festive looking. Oh, I forgot a spot. I gotta go back and do that spot. I will right now. There we go. Voila, fixed. And then I painted my whole sign with my Mod Podge. Now this candlestick holder came from the Dollar Tree, but you can use any candlestick you have, candlestick holder. It doesn't have to be that one, but I really like using the Dollar Tree candlesticks. I glued the Charlie Brown to my pumpkin with hot glue. And then I'm using these assorted leaves, fall leaves that I got from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just using the green ones. It's whatever your heart desires. If you don't want to use the green ones, you can use something else and, other colors. It's whatever makes your eyes smile and what makes you happy. But I love the olive green. It just reminded me of Charlie Brown, of the fall, because I know Charlie Brown uses these colors a lot in their animation. And there, look at how cute. Oh my goodness, I'm in love. And now to put the sign. We are going to place that sign right behind Charlie Brown, and it's going to be in an angle. And that just pops right into the pumpkin. Pop. And I put a little bit of glue around it just so it stays. Doesn't go anywhere. And then I got some floral, I don't know what you call this stuff, floral wire. And I got that at Walmart, and I just wrapped it around a dowel and made it a twirly scrolly, and I just glued it right in front of the sign. See? Now I'm putting quite a bit of glue on the candlestick, and I did not use E6000 with this because the pumpkin seems to stay really well with the hot glue onto this candlestick. So that was nice. And yes, I am using this deco mesh ribbon. I'm making a little bow tie for my great pumpkin because he's great. He needs a bow tie. And I get this pipe cleaner and I just wrap it around, fluff it out, and then I'm going to just trim the edges. Just give it a little haircut. And I got some scrap ribbon that I had with it's black with little orange polka dots, really cute. And I just put it for the center. I love this color because it reminds me of Charlie Brown's shirt. I wrapped it around the back, and there you have it. There he is, my great pumpkin, Charlie Brown. Alrighty guys, we're going to start with one of those little box frames from Dollar Tree. And I just took off that little middle circle with the wording on it. I just popped right off. And now I'm using my Waverly white chalk paint just to paint the whole entire thing. You don't have to do the bottom because nobody's going to see that. But if you want to, totally up to you. So don't forget, it only took me, I believe, maybe 2 coats, well, not even 2 coats. Because what I'm going to try to accomplish is making it look like it's natural wood. Kind of like a natural wood with a little bit of the white chalk paint. Like if it's old or withered. We're going to paint that whole thing and then put it aside. And now I'm using those wall stickers from Dollar Tree again. Most of these items you're going to see me working with is from the Dollar Tree. And I love the succulents on this wall decal And they peel right off. If you need to peel them off later on, they stick really well. But if you need to peel them off later on, you can. And put something else on your coasters. Which is great because these little blocks that I am using are actually the samples from Home Depot. And you guys, they're free. Yep, I said it. They're free. So you can't beat the budget on that. I've made me some coasters out of these and they've lasted so beautifully. So I wanted to share me making some more. Yeah. So I'm just picking different succulents to put on the front of each one. And I'd like to use different wood blocks. The wood, see how they each look different. It gives them their own little, they match, but they're all a little different. If that makes any sense. I don't know. Does it? I hope so. I know I drive you guys probably crazy. See? They're from Home Depot. And that backing that's on there peels right up. So easy. And now I'm using these little, these are like for your floor protectors, I guess. You put underneath your chairs and things. Well, I got these at Dollar Tree again. And I just put them on each corner on each block. You're probably going to see me do quite a bit of crafts with these because they were free, guys. Yeah. So we're going to put these aside and start on putting the trim on it. And I chose to use the twine. It's like a medium-sized twine. I picked this up at Walmart. And I decided to do that for the sides. You could put a small ribbon or you could put beads, which would look really cute, beads. Some brown beads and make it look more natural too. And you could put lace, like the little lace ribbons. I mean, you could do anything you want to these to dress them up. But I wanted it to be like a more natural look. And I usually just get the side of my glue gun and put some glue on there and then smear, like, tighten it up, you know? Make it dry tight. I hope you understand what I mean. I just get the tip of that glue gun and just put extra amount of glue and then press it down so it stays really nice and tight, that corner. And you just do the same thing to every single one of them. Really quick, guys, budget friendly, and I'm telling you, they come out so cute. People will look at them and say, oh, these are cute. Where did you get these? You know what? You would not believe it. You can tell them. You would not believe it. See how I just put the tip of the glue gun on that and then put it down there. And there you have it. Look at that. They are so pretty. And they look so natural. I don't know, they remind me natural, like a spa look. And there's my coasters. Now let's do the base. We're going to do the box. Now that the paint is all dry, I started doing the brown paint and I was like, oh no, I have to record this. I wasn't taping. I didn't notice it wasn't filming. Yeah, silly me. I have my moments. A lot. But anyway, that's what I'm doing now is I just use a stiff brush I got from Dollar Tree, of course, and I'm just putting some nutmeg, and that is from apple barrel nutmeg from Walmart. And I'm just dry brushing. No particular way. Yeah, it's easier. You want it to look like wood, so you got to do it one direction. I know I get a little crazy sometimes when I'm doing my projects and just go all over the place. So now I am using my apple barrel. I'll leave the colors of the paint I did use in my description below. But it is all apple barrel, and you can find that all at Walmart. And then I did use the Waverly white chalk paint, and I believe the mineral Waverly chalk paint I used. But I get all my paints at Walmart. And I just keep dry brushing, just layering these paints, because I want it to look like it's, you know, wood, weathered wood. I was saying that, weathered wood? Weathered? I hope I'm saying that right. And you just keep doing it until you're smiling. You just keep layering it and using your different colors until you smile, until you're happy with it. You look at it and say, okay, this is what I'm looking for. So now I'm adding my white Waverly chalk paint one more time, and I'm just going to dry brush it. So now I'm looking at it, and it's a little too much of the white chalk paint, so I'm adding a little bit of more black in there, just so I can get a little bit more weathered look. So that's what you do, guys. You just keep building until you're happy with it, right? That's what it's about. Keeping you happy, smiling. See, I'm happy with it, and I am smiling when I was done with that. I was like, yes, this is what I'm going for. Okay, so now what the next step I did was I got another one of those wall decals, and I put it right in the center of my base, and I pressed very firmly so it sticks really well, and there you go. It's placed. See? So here I'm just showing you, you could do many things with the base. You can put your twine on the outside, around it, on the inside, or you could put lace, whatever you like. Just decorate it however you want. So now I'm putting Mod Podge all around the sides, the inside, edges. Yeah, you have to have some Mod Podge, right? Okay, now I'm going to get this little handle I got from Lowe's, and I thought it was really cute. It kind of looked, I don't know, antique-y to me, it did. And I want it to look kind of like a little drawer, you know, holding my coasters. So I put some E6000 and some hot glue, just so it holds in place while the E6000 dries. Works really well. Hold it down a couple seconds and voila, there it is. I got some more of those, I guess, furniture protectors or chair floor protectors. I don't know what they're called, but you get them at the Dollar Tree and they're different sizes like I showed you earlier. And I just put 4 of the big ones on the very bottom. Put my coasters the way I want them set. And there you have it. My little coaster, my little drawer for my coasters. Okay guys, we're going to start with a pair of Levi's, Wranglers, whatever you have, just a pair of jeans. As you can tell, I used the other leg for a part of a DIY, previous DIY. So now I'm just going to finish these off. So we're just going to flatten it out, one of the legs, and I'm going to draw a line straight across where I want to cut. It's like making shorts. Then I'm going to cut it right by the seam on both sides. And I want the top part where the waist is, you see there? I want it to be flushed. I want it to be even. So it will look crooked on the bottom, but that's okay because we are going to fix it. Sorry, my throat is dry. So I'm going to just fold it right on over. And I'm not gluing them together yet. I'm just folding it over like a seam. See how I flipped it? I put some glue and I just folded it just to make it seam. Now here I'm doing both sides of the waist. I'm just going to do the waist first and glue it together. Now that I folded them both over, now I'm going to glue them together. I hope that made sense. So I'm going to glue those two together so the waist stays, flushed and even. Don't move anywhere. And I'm going to glue now the other side and make a seam. And I'm just keep making sure that everything's going to stay evenly. See, and you do want a little space. You want some room because we are going to put a piece of styrofoam inside the jeans. So you do want it to have some, room to put something in there. Ooh, it was hot. Yep, I burnt my fingers. Be careful. So see how I put my hand in there to make sure that I have some room. So now what I'm doing is I'm folding over. And I'm going to make it kind of look like, best way to describe it for me would be, it's kind of like we're making Daisy Duke shorts. We are going to fold it over so it has like a cuff, like shorts with a little cuff. See that? So we're going to go right across the top, right there. See that with the glue. And then we're going to fold that right over. They kind of look like shorts now, right? Trim that little excess off. And then here, I didn't edit this out because I really wanted to show how cute it would look for the summer. If you wanted to do this for the summer and make them like shorts and pull the strings out of the jeans. See how I pulled the strings to make it look like cut off little jean shorts. I thought for the summertime that would be such a cute idea. So that's why I left this part in there. But I'm going to flip it over and we're going to use the back side where the pocket is for this project right here. I just wanted to show you that idea. So now I'm using the Dollar Tree lace ribbon, the fabric ribbon. Yep, I love this stuff. They have it all the time. And you can use it for many uses and many styles. So I just love using this. And I'm gluing it. I just fold over the ends. Each end I fold over because I want it to look finished, you know? Nice clean seam. And I put it right below the regular pocket seam and just glued it down. This buffalo check fabric I did get at the Dollar Tree. They had it in like a little spool or little one, real thin. They give you just a little bit, but hey, it worked. And I wanted to make a little handkerchief, so I just cut a square, made a handkerchief, folded it into a triangle, and put it right into that pocket. You can get any material that you have on hand, and even if you have a handkerchief, you can even use that. Now these are that's from a banner I got again from the Dollar Tree, and it's in the birthday aisle, and it's a burlap banner. I just took one of the panels and glued it right there underneath the buffalo check material handkerchief, and I slid it down a little bit more because I want you to be able to see it right underneath that. So I put some more glue, put that underneath, and put the fabric on top. Now these little flower thingies, I call them little flower thingies. You just cut them in a circle, cut fabric in a circle. So I cut, and then you just sew in and out stitch and then pull, and it collapses like a little flower. It's so cute. And I did two of those, two little ones, one with the ribbon, and I used one with some jean material. And then I put buttons right in the middle. I'm sorry I did not show myself make those. Now that that's done, we're gonna put some ribbon around in the, what do you call that? Belt hoops. I went like, what? Brain fart. I use that for like a belt. I wanted it all to tie in like a belt. You could even use a real belt if you wanted to, a leather belt in there, and just cut it and glue it on there. It would look cute also. Or some nautical rope would have looked really cute, or raffia. Now I got some more of that same ribbon because I want everything to tie in, and I'm gonna glue that right below that scarecrow's chin, what I got at the Dollar Tree. You get two in a pack. And I put a button on the top in the center of his hat. Now I'm trimming that stick down, and I'm sliding it right in that pocket, and I wanted to go in a slant sideways, you know, just to give it some fun character. And there he is. He's going right in. Press everything down. See how cute? I love it. Now I'm getting these medium-sized popsicle sticks, and I put it in the back part. See how I'm putting it in the back? And I'm just gonna put that right there on the edge because I don't want it to collapse or anything. I want it to stay, you know, straight and hold what I'm putting in. Now these are for the Home Depot for, what is it? My goodness, I'm getting like so tongue-tied today. I'm so sorry. But those are from the 5-gallon stir sticks, and I just took off the curvy part of it, removed it, and I put it right in the back in a belt loop. And now I'm getting some of that string, the twine string, and I get that at Walmart. I use it for everything. You guys always see me using it, but I'm putting it for just so I can hang it on a wall or hang it on a door. And all I did was just slide it right through that stick, and it stops right where the belt loop is. So it worked perfectly. I loved it. So easy, guys. This is so easy, fast, budget friendly, and you're gonna love it. It's so cute. So now I'm just gluing the stick right there in the back. And I did want some to hang over because See how you can move that around and hang it? Yep. So the pieces that are showing, I thought I always do this method. I always get, a chocolate brown, apple barrel chocolate brown, and I wet a paper towel, just damp it, and then I dip it in the paint, and then I just put it over my wood pieces. I don't know, I've done it this way for years and I still do it. And I'm just going to get some pieces of the same rope. See it? And I'm not measuring. I know you guys you probably all get frustrated with that. Smack my hands. I always say this, smack my hands. I don't measure. I always eyeball. I don't know why. I just eyeball it. So now it's kind of like if you ever made a tutu, that's what we're doing. We're putting it in. We get the string. We loop it like we fold it over. See how I fold it over? Loop it in on the bottom, and then I just tie a knot. And I used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I believe I used 5 of the pieces of rope to do this. You can make them longer, shorter, or just wrap the string around, the rope around that. Would look really cute. Or you don't even have to have any excess stick on the ends. You can make it any way you want. Your style, whatever makes your eyes happy and you're smiling, that's what's important. So I just mess with it where I want them to stay. I get some hot glue and I'm just putting it in the back just so those don't move. I want them to stay that way. And then I get some more rope and I'm going to wrap it right on the ends. And you're going to do the same process on the other side. See, I got smart. I started using a popsicle stick for that. Yeah, so you do them on both sides. So I'm going to show you how to do one side and then you do for both. I took the rope and I just started like unraveling it because I wanted it to look hairy. I don't know, hairy, furry, hairy. No, well, you guys get it. You know what I mean, right? I wanted it to look, fluffy or whatever, like strawy. I know, crazy. So now I'm using my lace, and I got this from BB Crafts, and you get 14 rolls. Yes, you get 14 rolls of this, different kinds of colors. They have white, they have red, orange, black at bbcraft.com, and you get 10 yards on each spool. Yeah, 10 yards on each spool. I loved it. So, and I'll leave that in description below for BB Crafts. And if you want the lace, you get 14 different styles. And I'll leave that in my description for you. But I love it. Look at this. I know it's, you could make them longer, shorter, however you wanted, but I just wanted it to be a little shorter. And I just tied knots right on the bottom. I don't know, I just like tying knots on the bottom. You don't have to. Some people like them where they're just flowing, but I like putting the knots. I don't know. Even when I used to make tutus, I would put knots on some of the tulle. So there you have it. I did it on both sides, and I also put some more of that lace ribbon from Dollar Tree, and I put it right in the back. See how I put some in the back of the other one and glued it and had those hanging also with little knots on the bottom. And I put the styrofoam like you've seen. I put the styrofoam inside. And after I did that, I just started cutting some flowers, and any flowers you want. It doesn't have to be the ones I picked, but I got all my flowers from Dollar Tree. And then the big sunflowers I got from Walmart. And there you have it. It's all done, guys. That fast, that easy. Look it. Is it not cute? Okay, guys, we're going to start with the pumpkin from Dollar Tree. We're going to cut it in half, and they cut in half really easy. And we're going to use a baby blanket, also from the Dollar Tree. And I cut a little square just to wrap the pumpkin. I put some hot glue on the edges and on the inside, fold over the blanket, and I fold it tightly so I get the shape of the pumpkin. I try to pull everything nice and smooth and gather it right at the top of the pumpkin, and put more glue on the inside to hold it firmly. I used a popsicle stick because, be careful, it is hot glue and it burns your fingers. So now I'm putting some Mod Podge. And you make sure you use a generous amount of Mod Podge on this because you want it to soak into the fabric so it clings to the pumpkin better and you get the shape better. I'm using apple barrel acrylic paint, and I'm using a light pink, a dark pink, and an ivory. I will leave the exact colors in my description for you so you can see what colors I actually really used. And now I'm just painting on the seams of the pumpkin just to give it a shadow and to, make the pumpkin have more depth in there. And I don't know, I think it kind of livens it up and you can see the shape of it better. And you just keep doing this until your eyes are smiling and you're happy with it. And then I added this rhinestone chains. So beautiful. I got this from bbcraft.com. So easy to work with. Oh, I absolutely love it. I will leave in my description the information on this chains. You get quite a bit of it, and I absolutely love it. It was easy to work with. It shimmers so beautiful, these rhinestones. Oh my goodness. Beautiful. So all I did was put glue on the side and just wrapped it all the way around, and there you have it. Look at how beautiful that turned out. And I just wrapped that wine cork. I used a wine cork. Now the top, I know it looks painted. I did paint the top white, but you don't have to do that because you won't even see it. I skipped showing you guys me doing that because I just thought it was useless. I mean, you can paint the cork if you want and not put rhinestones, but also Dollar Tree carries rhinestone ribbon that you can cut and do this. And they do rhinestones, the little gems, or you can put the rhinestone sheets with the sticky stuff on it. Now I'm just put a generous amount of glue on the top of that pumpkin to put my cork or my pumpkin stem on the top. And I put these little beads, these little pearl beads garland from the Dollar Tree, and I just wrapped it around a dowel and pulled it just so it has that little loopy loop, and put it right there underneath the pumpkin stem. I'm using that same rhinestone chain and I'm putting it right on the seams of the pumpkin from right underneath where the pumpkin stem is, I start from there, go all the way down to the bottom. Easy as that. A line of glue, put your rhinestones, cut, and it's beautifully there. Nice and easy, and it's gorgeous. I will, like I said, leave the information on that in description. I hope you guys are enjoying these beautiful pink inspirational projects everybody is doing. I hope you guys go check all the other channels out on the playlist. I will leave that in description. And I hope we give you inspiration to make something for breast cancer awareness in October and all year round. Oh, it's so gorgeous. Look at that. You could even do this process on a whole pumpkin. You don't have to do it on a half. You can do it on a whole pumpkin. There's the bottom. Oh, look at that. How gorgeous that is. Absolutely beautiful. Now I'm taking this burlap pine cone leaf. Is it a pine cone leaf? Acorn leaf? Well, I'm using this leaf. I got this burlap leaves at the Dollar Tree, and I'm just sponging some Mod Podge so it sticks through the whole front and back, and putting some Dollar Tree pink glitter on top. And I didn't want a lot of glitter, just a little pink shimmer to match the pumpkin. And we're just going to fold it over on the ends a little bit and then press down on the stem of the pumpkin and the pumpkin itself and push down, and there you have it. These little styrofoam pink bubbles, I'm going to call them styrofoam bubbles, also from the Dollar Tree. I just cut a little bit off and used, I don't know, you just build up your pumpkin however you want. It's to what your eyes are smiling. You make it till you smile. But everything I mainly got is from the, everything I got is from the Dollar Tree other than that BB Craft chain. Oh, and the wine cork, of course. Now I use this feather. It is a Christmas ornament that I got last year at Dollar Tree. But I'm pretty sure they're going to have them again. They are so gorgeous. I wanted to put a white feather. To me, it kind of represented a feather from an angel wing for my sister. So I had to put that on there. I did cut the stem of the feather. And you know, it cuts so easy. I used wire cutters and it just went right off. See how I cut the stem of the feather? It's gone right there. Yeah, so easy. So now I'm using the pipe cleaner. I got a pipe cleaner and I just cut it in threes, put some glue, put one on the top and two on the side. And I like to roll my pipe cleaner around a little. See how I move it a little? I like to roll them around a little in the glue so it sticks really good to the glue, catches and stays. And then as it's drying, I'll put some more and place it on the top of each one. And it holds it really nice once it dries. So this ribbon, again, I got it at the Dollar Tree. It's the burlap pink ribbon. And I just put some glue on one of the wires and then wrapped that over. Like just bent it over to the wire and had it glued real tightly. I used a popsicle stick because it does get hot, guys. The burlap ribbon is very thin, so be careful that you don't burn your fingers. And all I'm doing now is just doing our favorite loop-de-loop around the wire ribbon. I did spray paint my wire ribbon. I did spray paint it white. it did come green, and it was showing too much through my pink burlap ribbon. So I took it outside, gave it a really quick white spray paint, and it seemed to work for me. It wasn't so dark and noticeable through that ribbon after I painted it white. So that's just a hint if you want. If you're using a darker pink or using a ribbon that you can't see through, you won't need to do that. But if you are going to use the Dollar Tree ribbon that is the pink burlap ribbon, you can see through it. And I would suggest painting your wire ribbon white. Fold over my ends and then press down. I always fold over my ends when I'm working with a thin ribbon because it seems to hold the glue better. So now I'm not doing the whole center of the ribbon because you're not going to see it, and I'm just adding my pumpkin to it by just tying the pipe cleaners onto the wires. I wanted my pumpkin to be at a slight little angle, so one of the pipe cleaners I did put through the ribbon and the wire. See how I did it? And then I put the other ones on top of the ribbon. Like not on top, but on top in our, sorry, don't mean to confuse you, rewind. I glued them, or didn't glue them, I tied them to the wire on two of the center and the side, and then one of them I went through the ribbon just to give it a slant of the pumpkin. Sorry guys, I know, can't talk today. So now I'm gluing the rest of the ribbon onto the bottom so we can wrap the legs of the wire ribbon. God, I'm saying a ribbon a lot, right? Ribbon, ribbon, ribbon. Sound kind of like a frog. So now at the bottom feet of the ribbon, the wire ribbon, I'm going to add some glue all on the, see how I added it to just the wire pieces? And then I'm going to wrap it and hold it for a second. Make sure it glues nice. I trim, and I'm going to turn it over, fold, I always fold, put some more glue on the edge of the end of the ribbon, and then press. Now with the corners of that ribbon, because I want the round shape of the foot of that, you know, of the legs, I want it to have that roundness. So all I did was put some more glue on each tip and fold them right over. Careful, because it is hot. And you get that nice shape of the feet. So here I just tucked in this ribbon. See how I just tucked it in there? And I'm gonna glue, I just tucked that ribbon, just tuck it in there. I'm not too worried about it because flowers will be there. You won't really see that, but you do want to tuck it in there. And now what I'm going to do is just wrap. See, I put some glue right there on the wires just so it don't move. And then did the same process that we did to the other leg. We just wrapped it around. Put some more glue on the bottom of the wire. Hold it a couple seconds. Fold over, put some glue. And press. See? And now we're going to fold our two corners over and glue those down. Careful, it's hot. You guys hear me say that you can see my fingers, they're hot. And then you get your stick. Now I'm using my flowers. And these flowers are just mixed pink flowers. I use roses, carnations, and I use like a little, it's like a real pretty fall cream color flower. And just to make, you know, it's fall time, just to make it pop, you know. And some baby's breath. All that I got at the Dollar Tree. I did use the carnations and I did use roses because those are my sister's favorite flowers. And I used one light pink, I believe they're called peony flowers, which is so pretty, and from the Dollar Tree. My ribbons I all purchased at the Dollar Tree also. So I'm telling you guys, just about everything came from the Dollar Tree, huh? Except the wine cork and my rhinestones. But you can also find the rhinestones, a different type, but a rhinestone ribbon at the Dollar Tree. So now I'm just wrapping. I'm making easy bows. I'm just going to wrap it around, pinch it in the middle, and then I'm going to get a pipe cleaner and put them both together, both ribbons. And then I got the burlap ribbon and added that also to my ribbon, so it matches that burlap wreath or burlap leaf. You guys are like, oh my gosh, this woman can't talk. I know. Well, there you have it, guys.